Since it's streaming on, I call council meeting of Monday the 4th of December to order. Council will start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. All right, councillors. Item 1, attendance apologies, nil. Leave of absence, item 2, nil. Condolences, I go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to message of condolence sent to the family of Janine Matt-Tessa, who recently passed away after a long illness.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Tozer.
Janine was original host of Saturday Disney and brought light and joy to thousands of Australian children every Saturday morning for many years. Janine went on to help launch the Disney Channel in Australia and was married to Lincoln, who owns and operates a well-known Madison Cafe in Broadbeach. As a long-time resident of Division 10 and the Gold Coast, she'll be dearly missed. Janine is survived by her husband Lincoln and her son Benjamin.
Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, I asked that I could please be added. Look, Lincoln's been a long-term friend, but I knew Janine when she was presenting up at 7. I was actually at 7 at the same time in those days presenting Wombat. And so I would often bump into Janine, obviously, both in children's TV with the 7 Network at the same time. So very talented young lady, lovely, lovely woman, and Lincoln is just, yeah, beautiful guy. So it's very, very sad, and I'd certainly like to be added if I can, please, Mr Mayor.
Could you please add Councillor Castro to the list? Put the motion to you. All in favour show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you add Councillor O'Neill to the list and Councillor Vorster? We'll move on to the next item. Merrill Minute.
No, sorry, Mr Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Curtis, go to you. Not here.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise today to request a motion of condolence on the passing of Miss Chadisa Whale be passed and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to her next of kin, Mr Cassius Whale.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, late last week, the Paradise Point community lost one of its true icons. Chadisa Whale, or Chad, has been an icon of the Paradise Point community for more than 14 years, where she radiated her infectious, positive energy. Gathering our community together, Chad invited everyone along to her Zumba classes, young and old. She became our Zumba queen. Chad was a master in all other art forms. She was an amazing painter, a MAC makeup artist for fashion shows and red carpet events, and she starred in movies. Chad was an incredible motivator in her own business, encouraging people to overcome obstacles to achieve goals, whether in health, fitness, emotional well-being, or navigating life's difficulties. Chad regularly performed at many events at Paradise Point Parklands, Tastes of Paradise, Relay for Life, birthday parties and other City of Gold Coast activations and launches. People speak about Chad in awe of her kindness, love, spirit and gratefulness of life. She was more than an inspiration. She changed hundreds of people's lives. She reminded them they can be strong and empowered within themselves. She was a loving mum of 2 beautiful boys who will carry on her legacy and warmth, determination, unwavering strength and her happiness. Chad lost her battle with cancer late last week, too young, but has left our community with the gift of her love of life within her spirit and soul. We will find comfort in these cherished memories as they hold an enduring influence forever.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you ask Peter Young to the list, please? Okay, councillors, we move on to the next item, mayoral minute. That's nil. Confirmation of minutes. Councillor, any correction on that? 14th of November. Move for adoption, Councillor Tozer. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report, there's a lot on, councillors, but I'll give you an abridged version, and the full version will be there for you to digest. Councillors, the Mayoral Safer Suburb Forum, attended by Councillor Gates, and forum update on the city's White Ribbon Day activities. We heard Elanora State High School developing initiatives which is seeing positive result in interest from schools across the country. Forum member also heard from Top Blokes Foundation, which delivers monitoring and wellbeing program for young boys and men. We discussed Gold Coast and crime trend and the actions of newly established city and QPS partnering committee. Next one is the Australian-Taiwan Business Council meeting. I welcome Managing Director of ATBC, Mrs. Cheng Mei, and Mr. John Toigo, Chair of ATPC. And as you know, our sister city is Taipei and Tainan in its 41st year, and we talked about long-term communication on what projects we can do together, and that, of course, focus on international students. Next is the Natural GC, 15 years of success. We promoted the Natural GC program at the Botanic Gardens, and the program with workshops, 230 workshops and more than 17,000 participants. Expansion of Recycle Water Network. This was launched with the Heritage Bank Stadium playing ground. What this will do is that the water charges will be saved from $600,000 a year, but the main thing is 0.5 megalitre every day of drinking water that will be saved in using A-grade recycled water. Gold Coast Bulletin Futures Forum, I think most of us were there. Councillor Gates, Patterson, Pauline Young, Curtis, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Vorster and Councillor Owen Jones. I'm not sure if anything else, and Councillor O'Neill as well. And the event had lively debate and touched on priority issues like the light rail, Green Heart, horticulture precinct, and unlocking more housing, indoor stadium and town hall venue. Next item, Saturday 18th, City Gold Coast Environment Volunteers Celebration. Councillor Vorster attended on my behalf on the Hotter Lakeside, and 150 environmental volunteers and organisation partners enjoy the morning. Wildcare Australia were presented a Lifetime Achievement Award for their work in wildlife rescue and care across the Gold Coast. The Wali Festival of Lights on the Sunday, the 19th of November. Councillor Patterson was there, and you can see her in the hat, very bright. She bought the dress right there at the shop. Wonderful, supporting locals. Congratulations to GoPio, and 1,000 people attended, and it was postponed from the week before where it was drenched. So I'm so glad that they put it back on. Next one is meeting with Marco Rene, men of business. Last month, as you know, Marco got Gold Coast Australian of the Year, and we submitted his nomination to Queensland Government, and he also got Queensland Australian of the Year. And sincere congratulations to exceptional individuals, which also include senior Queensland of the Year, Robin and Lindsay Birch, and Emma McEwen for the Youth Australian of the Year. Now they'll go to Canberra for the National Australian of the Year Award. So lining that up, it's been a great success, councillors. Next one, Gold Unity Gala. I'll go to Councillor Bob LaCastro to talk on that. The three presidents, the Spotlight Theatre, Jabinwa Theatre, and Gold Coast Little Theatre came together. Councillor Castro.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, it was a wonderful night, and you say the inaugural gala dinner, and the whole idea of it was it wasn't so much an awards night as you saw. It was really just an acknowledgement of those working in community theatre, those who have put, years and years and years in building up our community theatre to what it is today. And as you would know, Mr. Mayor, and as Councillor Patterson would also attest from being a regular visitor, particularly, I guess, I don't want to just single out one theatre, because as you say, there were three theatres here, Gold Coast Little Theatre, Javine Bar, and also Spotlight Theatre. But the productions that they're staging are really quite sensational. The bar is so high here in the city. So this was really just a way of acknowledging those people, bringing them together, and it was a fantastic night. There were some fantastic performances as well from members. Oh, I'm not just talking. I wasn't talking about mine, Mr. Mayor, but yeah, okay, I wasn't bad. I wasn't bad, but no, it was really good to actually see some of those great performers from the shows that we've seen over the last year, and I'm sure it's only going to get bigger and better. It was a terrific night, and I know that the fraternity was incredibly honoured to have you there, Mr. Mayor, along with Ruth. So thanks so much. Yeah, it meant a lot to the theatre community. But I know you go and support because you go to shows anyway. But to see you there at the dinner as well was fabulous.
Yeah, thank you. The councillors, doing the budget, the idea of having, I view them as feeder clubs for actors. And if they've got some outstanding shows, which they sell out all the time, take an example, Greece. There's no reason why we can't have it, them escalate it and perform at the Art Centre here. And I think we'll have discussion during budget, and I'm sure Hotter can help support so that we can make it happen, so that more people, and it's a pathway to all the artists there. And so we'll bring it over to the next budget and see if we can do something there. If the theatre's going to be empty because it's not booked, well, let's get some good shows there from locals. Yeah. We're going to miss that, Councillor Worcester. Division 7 update. Councillors, I've been doing lots of meetings in collaboration with Division 7 office and advice, caught up with Margaret Grummett, met with community groups, including Arundel Hills Country Club, people concerned about that, and also the Parkwood Golf Club development application. Thought I'd give you the update. And also the Abbott Park drain. It's an open drain like that, and we are making it into the next picture like that. So it looks more natural. So there you go. New Year's Eve event, and we'll have a New Year's Eve event at Harley Park, Labrador, and Silver Brindle Park. All are welcome. I'll be there. Right, Mermaid Tales. This book is the first 50 years of Mermaid Beach, Amy Surf Lifesaving Club, and it's the first 50 years, so 1945 to 1995. It's a lot of wonderful story. It was handwritten notes. People kept diaries, took photos. So, Mr. CEO, it'd be a great book to have in our libraries.
Yes.
You know. Right, next one, Affordable Housing Roundtable. Councillor, I went there, Councillor Hamill was there. You want to say a few words on that, Councillor Hamill?
Briefly, if I could, Mr. Mayor. So the city held a roundtable on Wednesday, the 22nd of November, bringing together all the key industry and stakeholder groups to have a discussion about affordable housing. Affordable housing, social housing and build to rent were the key themes of the day. It brought together some really important groups such as Q Shelter, BHC, Mosaic Group, Arclife, Morris Property Group, Brookfield, QIC, UBS and the Property Council, to name a few. Mr. Mayor, I think the real purpose of the day was to get down to practical measures. This wasn't to be a talk fest. There wasn't a big media piece afterwards. It was to get the people in the room who are in this every day to understand what practical measures as a city we could take to help achieve dwelling supply increase in those specific areas in the short to medium term, and to start the discussion about what calibration in the next city planning scheme needs to be there to ensure that we see more private sector delivery of social housing, where we see more affordable housing, and how we can get the calibration right to see build to rent work on the Gold Coast. Really good group of people in the room, really good discussion over a 5-hour period, and we're looking forward to receiving that report back to give us as a group some early leads on what, again, practical measures could be taken to help increase dwelling supply and make sure that every Gold Coaster has a roof over their heads.
Thank you. Then next I visit the Hillcrest Christian College at Reedy Creek, and school principal Jeff Davis gave me a good tour, and the campus has grown to accommodate 2,000 students in a very short period of time. But the highlight for me is the way they teach young kids to read, and they've got different coding colours and all that. I suggest you go and have a look, because the reading level, let's say if they're in year 6, they're reading like year 9 kids. So it's quite good. So yeah, Councillor O'Neill.
Can I just add, Mr Mayor, to Hillcrest Christian College has taken the initiative to take their year 9 cohort down to premises in the Strand Shopping Centre in Coolangatta, because they believe that they need to give them something a little bit extra to get them through year 9. It can be a challenging year for kids, and they've teamed them up with Coolangatta Surf Club to do some volunteer work, so it's working really well. Yeah.
Fantastic. And next one, I went to the Currumbin Wildlife Hospital, new koala rehabilitation facility, and 11 new enclosure. I went in there and they're happy as anything. I didn't wake them up, just didn't even touch them, but they were good. Michael Pine's doing great work, gave me the updates on how the vaccines are going and for the camellia. And it's heading very successful. So the next bit is to give him a vaccine that doesn't need a second vaccination. So we'll see how we go there. And he does acknowledge that our city does the most support for the Currumbin Wildlife Hospital Foundation. So we'll keep that rolling. And on Thursday, 23rd of November, caught up with Mayor of Launceston, Matthew Garwood, young guy, enthusiastic, very enthusiastic. I didn't know that he was on The Voice, otherwise I would have asked him to give me a tune. But his family are up here, they're loving the Gold Coast, and he's got a lot of bright and wonderful ideas, so happy next time I go to Tasmania. I think Launceston is to go, because you can fly Bonza direct from the Gold Coast. So have a think about that. And if you like music and art and all that, he's the man to see.
You can fly back to.
Okay, launch of Sneakers Unboxed. Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates. No, not there. All right, they were your size, but anyway. No, this time of the year, yep. Anyway, councillors, highly recommend it. It's unique way of seeing the history of sneakers. Festival Touch and down at Coomera, 10-day events, 130 team, 11,000 elite athletes. No doubt about it, our city is the event capital of South East Queensland. Sorry, it's something else in my head. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to mention with the Festival of Touch, we've just signed another 2-year agreement to keep bringing it back here, and I had the pleasure of welcoming delegates to the conference, and the event brings 11,000 people to our city, so I hope I haven't I hope you'd finished what you wanted to say, Mr Mayor, and I haven't butted in, but
No, it's good.
it was great, and Ben Eichen was the first keynote speaker of the day, and what an inspiration. It was held at the Royal Pines, and terrific to see so many of our locals participating in that conference too.
Yeah. It was funny, Scotty Prince there, I think he had a pie in one hand, and I just got the big ball and I swing past it, and he didn't drop the pie and he caught the ball. So I was very surprised. Anyhow, opening of junior school building at the Australian International Islamic College. I was joined by Councillor Castro and Councillor Vorster. I know Councillor Castro has been long together with the building relationship there. You want to add a few words there, Councillor Castro?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, yeah, it was a wonderful morning or afternoon, was it? It was an afternoon. There we go, it was an afternoon. It was a very, very hot one. Unfortunately, a lot of the kids wilted in the sun and had to go in and didn't manage to enjoy all the celebrations, but it was really great to have you along, and Councillor Vorster there as well, Mr Mayor, and again, that was so well received. The school has been there since 2010, and there were a lot of concerns when the school went in, a lot of concerns in the local community, but boy, oh boy, they have been absolutely fantastic, corporate citizens as such, and they've got very involved with the local community. They work very closely with other schools in the area, particularly with Emmanuel College, and they just get on so well with all their neighbours. The kids are involved in the community so much. They give back so much, and they've really become part of the social fabric and very welcomed. And it's all turned out beautifully, as I knew it would. And yeah, it's and the facilities that they've built, I think you'd agree, Mr Mayor, are quite fantastic. So great that they're investing money in furthering the education of young Gold Coasters. So, yeah.
Oh, very good. And the next bit, then I went to the Gold Coast Students Excellence Award on Friday 24th that afternoon. I joined to celebrate the achievement of our city's best and brightest students at the Star Ballroom, and congratulations to winners, excellence in enchanting our community, Iris Pham, excellence in championing diversity, Rudolph Obachio, and excellence in promoting sports and wellness, Cecilia Picot, excellence in fostering creative art, Shiha Ijaz, excellence in protecting our environment, Matilda Grant, excellence in peer-to-peer support, Mahala Igodavali. It's fantastic to see those presentations so enthusiastic about it. So that's Friday, and then Saturday I went to the Australian Young Entrepreneur Award, and same place. So congratulations to all the winners, finalists in such fields as technology, health and medical, hospitality, retail, film, sports science and education. And the Australian Young Entrepreneur Award sounds like, oh yeah, pretty good. Together, the economic turnover in the room was over $2 billion. So you think, oh yeah, they're all under 40, some are really young to 26, but you add together that generating, I don't know how many jobs they generated, but it's $2 billion economic output, and it's going to grow even further. So quite incredible. And there are things, new things coming out, so quite good. Then on the Monday, I went down to Canberra Advocacy, number one mission there. I went down with our CEO and Jeff McAllister, caught up with Honourable Catherine King, MP, Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. And so regarding light rail stage 4, and the meeting went very well. Next bit is the meeting with Senator Honourable Anthony Gism, Assistant Minister for Education, Assistant Minister for Regional Development and Deputy Manager of Government Business in the Senate. And same thing, what do we want? Light rail. When do we want it? 2030. So, next one, Gold Coast Music Industry Mixer. Deputy Mayor, you were there? The award. Can you give us how good it was?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. It was a fantastic night. It was one of those occasions I was really glad you couldn't do. It was at the gin parlour at Miami Marquetta, and I guess for that reason it was really, really well attended, and it was a terrific night. And Councillor Tozer and Councillor Lacastra were there with me, and that young lady on the screen is Lyric, who is an absolute sensation. So the music industry was really grateful. There were a number of speakers who expressed real appreciation of Council's positive involvement in the live music scene. And that lady now is a woman called Sue Lowry from the Southport Special School, and she was acknowledged with an ARIA award for her teaching just a couple of weeks ago. So it was a terrific night and a great opportunity to again offer support and reinforce the city's great interest in the live music scene in this city.
Wonderful. And then the next day is a thank you morning tea for Gold Coast Charity to show our appreciation for those who serve the community. We had 70 volunteers there from 30 charity at our civic chamber, and our MC was Councillor Vorster. How do you think it went?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I thought it went exceptionally well. There was a lot of good cheer in the foyer, and to me that's encouraging because those who gathered there for the morning tea, they're at the coalface. They are supporting the most vulnerable on the Gold Coast, and surely they must be confronted with very harrowing scenes, but also an opportunity to demonstrate a bit of humanity. And despite the challenges of that work, they were able together in high spirits to recognise amongst the group a lot of good work happening, a supportive administration, but also a lot of willingness by councillors to get behind many causes. It wasn't lost on me that those councillors who attended knew nearly everyone, which is really great because it shows that the council is connected with those who do what government can't. I think the raffle, the Lucky Door prize, was a nice touch, Mr. Mayor. Although the prizes were small, it's just so important we say thank you to these people in every opportunity. It means the world to them. Thank you.
And special mention, we had a very beefy Santa there. There he Thank you, Councillor Hamill. That was very jovial and you absolutely stirred the room up. Mr. CEO, in the budget, if you can put in for another suit there, I think it was a bit tight on him. And all right. So, next one, I'll go to Councillor Hamill for Division 1 thank you morning tea at Northern Gold Coast Carols.
Mr. Mayor, so last Friday you attended a small gathering of some really important business groups in my area who are the corporate sponsors of this year's Northern Gold Coast Carols. This Sunday night, we are expecting somewhere between 15 and 17,000 people at Brian Harris Oval in Ormo for a truly magical carols event. It's a very costly event, and to keep it at zero cost and very family focused, we rely heavily upon corporate donations, which this year has seen 7 local companies donate a total of $130,000 to allow the event to happen. Mr. Mayor, I'd make the point too, so that's an event run by our local church, so Highway Church. If we had to pay an event company to do this, we simply couldn't afford it, but through the exceptional skills and talent of the local Highway Church group who put this event on, the quality of the production, the quality of the stage and quality of the whole event is just world class. But to those 7 companies who've been prepared to really put their money where their mouth is and back probably the most important community event in my area, thank you to them, and thank you to coming up and acknowledging their support of not just my area but our entire city.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill. And then I went to Brisbane, same day for the Queensland Ballet, the Nutcracker. Primarily, it's a real fun event, and went there really to honour Lee Cushing and his wife Mary. It's the last time he gave a farewell speech for putting that together, and he's retiring. And those of you, a lot of you knows Lee, but those of you who don't, he was the Emperor's last dancer, and wonderful. The good part is he's got a holiday home in Coolangatta, so we'll get to catch up and have some barbecue together. So, but Nutcracker-wise, I didn't realise there's so much music in the Nutcracker is part of our life, because every time I heard different music and I seemed to know it and didn't realise it came from the Nutcracker. So Johann Strauss, he did a very good job. He wasn't there, but that's okay. Mayor's Christmas Carol, we had it hotter, and I think just about all the councillors were there, and be televised, and I think it'll be televised twice on Channel 7. You just got to look up what dates. I think one's the 16th, and then there's another one. So the Christmas cheers will go right through the state. And human nature, well, Ruth really wanted to stick around, but we had to go to the Gold Coast Business Excellence Award. So we missed out on that one. But that's all right, we can watch it on TV. So next, same night, whip across, Gold Coast Business Excellence Award. Councillor Gates came with us, and we joined Councillor Patterson, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Taylor, and Councillor Pauline Young there. And the 28th Annual Award, congratulations to GC Marine. They won the Mayor's Innovation Award, and the Gold Coast Business of the Year, Wild Earth. Emerging Microbusiness, NAV Basics. Education Training Award, Australian Paramedicals College. Health and Wellbeing Award, More Life. Family Business Award, Simtech Creations. Retail Wholesale Distribution Award, Wild Earth. Manufacturing Award, Not Wood. Construction and Trades Award, Dynamic Hydro Excavations. IT and Digital Business Award, Tech Connect IT Solutions. Tourism Hospitality Events Award, SeaWorld Cruises. Professionals and Services, Bennett and Bennett Group. Encouragement Award, YTB Plumbing. They were really funny, those guys. Yeah, they all jumped up there. A special mention that John Menzies, founder of SeaWorld, Movie World, Wet n Wild, Australian Outback Spectacular, was inducted into the Hall of Fame for his incredible contribution to the Gold Coast. And he gave a wonderful, heartfelt speech. He's brought smiles, not just to Gold Coasters, but from people for all over the world. And so what a wonderful addition to our city. Right, councillors, I move that my mayor's report, even though it was short, be welcome and noted. Second to Councillor Gates.
But the extended version is going to be available, is that right?
That's right, it'll be available. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. We move to clarification, item 7, nil. Business arising from the minutes, nil. Presentation, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'm hoping that one of the officers may have the information in regards to this presentation so I could speak to it.
All right, you got any information there? What's this presentation about? It says the Outdoor Queensland Government Achievement Award.
Mr Mayor, only so we could do this properly, Mr Mayor, could we possibly defer this until there's an opportunity, defer it to later on in the meeting so that
Yeah, sure.
information can be provided, just so we do justice?
No problem, we'll do it in other business. Any objection to that, anyone? No, we good? So we'll just write it down. 16.3. Okay. Conflict of interest declaration globally. Nil. Nil. Right. Reception of consideration committee minutes. We go to Transport Infrastructure, Councillor Pauline Young. Upstanding already.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 21st of November 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? The motion carried. Anyone want to do items separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We move to 11.2, Planning and Environment Committee. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 23rd of November 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 13, be received.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. All right. Councillor, what we'll do is we'll deal with conflict of interest, and I think we'll go to 6.8 first, and I'll go to Councillor Gates to do her declaration. I've got one to do on that one. We'll deal with 6.8 while Councillor Gates is out of the room, and then we come back and deal with all the other conflict of interest, and then I'll open up which items we go to.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be leaving the room for this item, Mr Mayor. I have a couple of matters that I put before the Planning Committee, and one is a prescribed conflict with Hickey Lawyers, who donated $2,500 to me on 3 separate occasions. UPS, who don't present a prescribed interest, but I will leave the room and not participate.
Okay. Right, can you get mine up, please? Oh, there it is it? Okay. Councillor, I declared this at the committee, so I'm doing it again. I or entities of which I am a director have previously used Hickey Lawyers for legal advice on various matters, noting that at all times I or the related entities have paid full commercial price for the services provided. Hickey Lawyers are listed in the report as having provided land titling advice to the applicant. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about this matter. I do not have a close personal relationship with any individual at Hickey Lawyers and have merely engaged their services in professional capacity at full commercial rates. I have not used Hickey Lawyers services at any time in the current term. As such, the perceived declarable conflict of interest is minor and remote in nature. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'd move a procedural motion that Councillor Tate may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest, as the conflict is remote and minor in nature and the public interest is better served in his participation in the decision.
Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone speak against the motion? Well, put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Right, against? Carry. Please record it. I did not vote. Gee, that was quick. You've already done that. Well, Councillor, let's deal with 6.8. Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move it with some changes that have flown from the officers to us via email that reflect the impacts of the committee meeting. So,
okay.
If I have a seconder.
Councillor Hamill, seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the changes that we have made to 24A hydraulic design of the wave pool, there's a specific condition that will assist in regards to flood mitigation for the wave pool's mechanical plant. In addition, there is access to noise monitoring information, which we've added a 34A, which is access to noise monitoring, which effectively provides the city with access to logs that we otherwise may not have ability to access, and we can also require the applicant to undertake any additional noise monitoring in relation to the development. So we have changed the wave pool operating hours so that the first surf session of the wave pool for patrons must not start before 5 a.m. in the morning. Mr Mayor, there's 1.4 was the West Mountain Court access monitoring, where again we sought to be able to gain access to any logs or records in regards to the emergency access, so that effectively so that it wouldn't be available to be used for residential access purposes. And in the event that there were complaints, that again the city from a development compliance perspective would be able to gain information via the log that was required to be kept. Mr Mayor, there was a change to the construction management plan which reflected some requests that Councillor Vorster had made for a more clear public notification strategy. So that is Roman numerals XX, V, 11, A, B and C. And then in addition to that, Mr Mayor, during the week I had an email from one of the residents where there are going to be 2 additional changes, and I might, one is just in regards to the West Mountain Court, and there's the insertion of some words which is basically compensate any loss of indented on-street parking spaces on West Mountain Court. Mr Mayor, the proposed vehicle crossover would have taken out at least one of the indented spaces, so we're now requiring that it be replaced, and that may be able to happen to either the north or the south of the existing indented spaces, or alternatively, depending on the final location of the vehicle crossover, some of the indented spaces may not actually be lost. And then in addition to that, there was a request that the maintenance building roof be non-reflective, and so there's a specific condition that's been added in regards to that, which is 35A. So if I could just ask through you to the EGM, that those have all been taken into account?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Owen Jones, they have. Trace is just trying to get them up now, but 35A relates to that building roof reflectivity.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And there was one final other request which just involved a request for a change to the landscaping, and that would have impacted on the visual amenity reports that were used in the officer's assessment. So I haven't proposed a change in that regard, so I'm aware that that may still be a bone of contention with some of the residents on that particular street, Mr Mayor. So I don't know whether or not that may end up being something that may be needed to be resolved through negotiation at a later stage.
Okay. All right. Councillors speaking against the motion. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a very significant matter, and I cannot support it, although I appreciate the finessing of the conditions and the effort that's gone into that, and the genuine nature of trying to appease or attend to some of the significant concerns of the local population. Mr Mayor, my main objection to this is that whilst a wonderful land use to incorporate within our city, that is the wave pool, I feel that this is an entirely inappropriate location. The golf course that's been selected was originally an oasis amongst some residential development, and now in the middle of that oasis we're creating a tourism facility that's going to attract hundreds of thousands of people per annum, very deliberately acting as a tourism facility and yet called a sporting activity, and I think it's a really ingenuine or disgenuine notation. The planning for the area is sport and rec, and that allows clubhouses, gyms and pools that support a sporting entity. In this case, we're meant to believe that this enormous development of $200 or $300 million involving the wave pool and significant residential development is there to support the operations of the golf club. And yet there's no guarantees whatsoever that in 5 years, 10 years, that the golf club will still not be unoperational or non-financial, despite this significant investment and this big activity occurring. The real concern I have is the inappropriateness of this in a golf course and what a precedent that may establish for the city and its other golf courses. I'm very concerned for the residents of the area and the issues that they've raised, whether it's noise, traffic, hydrological impact upon their own properties. And I don't think that we can, although genuine attempts have been made through the conditioning of this, I don't think that ultimately we can ensure the right outcomes, the outcomes that the local community is supporting or want to see. And I just draw attention to an item that we'll deal with later today, which is about a significant event opportunity at Coolangatta, and there's been quite a bit of discussion about the impacts that will have on the local community for a one-day event. This is a major, major tourism facility in the middle of a sea of residential development, and it's going to have a long effect on the people there for not one day, but for decades. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speak for the motion? Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We spent a considerable amount of time on this item at committee, really interrogating officers and the officer report and some of the assumptions that have gone into their recommendation. Considerable time was spent analysing traffic, so understanding with how many people would be visiting the site each day, being 7 days a week, both people coming to use the wave pool as a sport and rec use, and then visitors that may live or be in the short-term accommodation, what impact that has on the greater network, how the upgrades to intersections around that would impact current traffic flows. I think the advice from officers was very clear that while there's no denying this will add additional traffic into that network, that by upgrading those intersections, one of which is identified in LGIP, we'll actually see improvements in capacity and safety at intersections around this development. Another item that we spent a considerable amount of time on was acoustics, and rightly so. I think every councillor could absolutely understand why any resident who lives right next to the golf course or within close proximity would be concerned about noise, both from the wave pool itself, but also from the ancillary uses. So, what time would garbage trucks be there in the morning? What time would delivery trucks be there? Which we had a response that there would be none of those deliveries, garbage trucks there before 7 o'clock in the morning, and that the acoustics had been well and truly assessed and peer reviewed in the circumstance to make sure that with confidence we could say through acoustic attenuation around the site as well that there won't be an acoustic effect on local residents. Visual amenity, again, I think every councillor could absolutely understand why residents who live next to a golf course, either right on it or within view line of it, would expect that amenity and character to be maintained. There was quite a lot of information in the report about visual amenity reporting on what it would look like from people's backyards, where they live their lives, where they have their patios and barbecue areas out the back, what they currently look at, what would the view from those individual properties be? The recommendation from officers backed up by a lot of information was that in most circumstances, the current view from those households wouldn't change at all. But for ones closer to the development, there was more work to be done between them and the developer to make sure that that visual amenity was dealt with. Mr Mayor, hydraulics, this is on a floodplain. We know that it's part of the bigger dam catchment. We were lucky enough to have the hydraulic engineer, Mr Martin Giles, who was acting as the independent third party in the circumstance that reviewed the applicant's flood report. Mr Giles gave us a very comprehensive yet very easy to understand assessment of how he approached reviewing all of the information put in the hydraulics report and what changes had occurred during the development application to make sure, and this is in Mr Giles's words, who is a highly recognised court expert, that this development will not have an impact on any adjoining property in terms of flooding. That was his very clear advice. Mr Mayor, this is a significant development, and as Councillor Young rightly points out, it is going to bring a lot of people to that site, and there have to have been conditions applied to make sure we mitigate as many of those possible negative outcomes as possible. But this is also a great opportunity for our city. We know that our surf breaks are being loved to death. As I know Councillor Pauline Young regularly tells me, they're being loved to death. This is a great opportunity to provide an alternative to those surf breaks. It's an opportunity to provide a training ground for the next generation of hopefully world title champions. When beach conditions aren't great, when the weather conditions aren't great, young surfers can come to this facility for their training purposes. I disagree with Councillor Peter Young about it being purely tourism. This is a sport and rec opportunity. This is an opportunity for maybe someone who's not confident to go try surfing out in the open beach to come and try it here and have all those other ancillary things around it in terms of a day out. And while, yes, it will definitely bring tourists in, I think there is no denying that because of some of those ancillary uses around the edge, it will also bring a lot of locals from right across the Gold Coast. So very happy to support this recommendation from officers. Very happy to support Councillor Owen Jones' finesse conditions and would encourage all councillors to support this important investment in our city.
Against the motion? Then Councillor Jones could close the debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, there were considerable submissions that were received in regards to this, but I think it's also important to note there was a fair amount of community engagement that took place by the applicant, which actually led to a substantial number of submissions not being received by members of the directly impacted residential properties adjacent to the golf course. So the proposal allows for the creation of a 19th hole for the golf course. And Mr Mayor, when I say 19th hole, I probably don't mean the 19th hole that we're all used to. It actually allows for the rotation of holes so that an 18-hole golf course can continue to operate and allows for rebuilding and maintenance on one hole at any given point in time. So I think it's actually important to note that I think that it allows for the ongoing continuation of the 50-odd hectares of golf activity that happen at Parkwood International. Clearly the wake pool or the wave pool is a substantial change to that particular community, and I think that we tried our hardest at committee to tease out some of the main issues that had been presented, and in particular, Councillor Hamill's referenced Martin Giles, and he was the hydraulic expert, and I think he actually assisted us all in regards to resolving some of our understanding in regards to the impact of flooding and hydraulics on the site, and in particular, the impacts of hydraulics and flooding to adjacent residential properties. So, like many of the 30-odd golf courses on the Gold Coast, the land's used effectively as a big drainage reserve. It accepts a whole lot of stormwater in flood events. This particular site's water level is controlled by the height of the spillway and the dam that is controlled by the city. So it was, I think, very useful to have Martin's advice. And then finally, Mr Mayor, I think that whilst Councillor Peter Young's referenced what he calls a tourism facility, I think the reality is that there will be 3 hectares of wave pool that will be able to be engaged by a whole bunch of Gold Coasters and international and national tourists. One of the things that came out during the discussion on this item is that when the Australian surfing team trains, they go to Waco, Texas to use a wave pool there. So, Mr Mayor, I think that should this wave pool be built, I think it'll be actually quite an important piece of equipment for our national surfing teams to be able to train. I think that there are two waves that break either way and allow up to 20 people to be on the waves at any given point in time. So it's quite a controlled number, and I think that it will be interesting to see how it progresses over the coming years, Mr Mayor.
Councillors, debate's closed. Those in favour show hands. Division's called.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Peter Young, Councillor McDonald.
Carried, super majority. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say on behalf of myself and the senior team, no matter how councillors voted on this matter, I think we can all agree that the officers have done an exceptional job with this. There are many, many hours of work being put into this, and working with the community, working with the developer and working with councillors in this room. So I just wanted to say thank you for your outstanding work, team, all of whom are at the back. So thank you.
Well done. Mr CEO, can you ask an officer to recall Councillor Gates to...
She's on her way, Mr Mayor.
Do we? Okay. All right. Councillor, what we'll do now, we'll go to any declarations. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In regard to 6.4, Mr Mayor, if we could deal with that separately, I'm seeking permission to participate in the decision, having received a donation way back in 2011 of $675 from the planning consultant.
Councillor Hamill. Isn't that outside the period?
And Mr Mayor, I believe, sorry, Councillor Gates, I believe we actually referenced that in my reason why I believe Councillor Gates should be in the room. Yeah. So I think we have the words from committee that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest, because although Councillor Gates has a declarable conflict of interest, the interest is minor and of a remote nature and outside the relevant term, such that a reasonable person would trust that the final decision will be made in the public interest. So I'm happy to move that, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Do you want to deal with this item separately or do you? Yeah, okay, Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, could I check quickly if the divisional councillor or councillor next door wishes to move and speak to it? Otherwise, I'm happy to. Happy to move then, Mr Mayor.
Move, Councillor Hamill.
Yep.
4.
Actually, this is a very, very good outcome for the community, and I'm very happy with the outcome. Thank you.
Okay. So, would you second that? You would just second the motion? Yeah, second, Councillor McDonald. You want to speak further?
Mr Mayor, only to echo what Councillor McDonald has said, that it was very clear from the officer report that this is, I think, the third version of a development application on this site, and at every version we've seen a significant reduction in the amount of vegetation to be lost and the amount of dwellings that can be built on this site. So to echo what Councillor McDonald said, I think this is a very good outcome for the city, and to echo the CEO's points before, I think really good work from city officers on this one as well.
All right, anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Councillor Gates? In the positive.
And now 6.7, if we could deal with that separately, please.
Happy to.
I made a similar declaration, Mr Mayor, at Planning Committee, whereby these donations are outside of the relevant term. Sorry? But anyway, in 2014 and 15, I received $1,850 from UPS, who are the planning consultants, and in 14 and 15, the amounts from Arcadis and an employee of Arcadis, Mitchell Bray. I'm seeking permission to remain in the room and participate in the decision about the matter.
Okay. Did anyone move that in council, in the committee? Move, Councillor Owen Jones. On the screen, are you happy with that?
Yes, Mr.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Councillor Gates did not vote. Any other declaration on this 6.7? Councillor Taylor?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to make a slight change to the recommendation for this item.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The change I'd like to make would be remove a condition 2A1 as follows. What it is, it's in relation to the boardwalk outdoor dining that's, sorry. Okay, yep.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Hang on, just let's get the words up.
There's two changes.
On this one?
So it relates to condition 2AI. Yeah.
Can you sit down first? Councillor Taylor, can you sit down? Councillor Gates?
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor. I spoke to them both in the one go when I have to do them separately. So the first one that we need to deal with is UPS.
That one?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I think maybe we've taken the vote on that one and I need to do the Arcadis one now.
Yeah, can you do the Arcadis?
I can. I did make this declaration at committee, Mr Mayor, that I received a donation from one of Arcadis employees in 2014 and another from Arcadis directly in 2015. whilst they're outside the relevant period, there may be a perception of a perceived conflict, but I would like to remain in the room and participate.
All right. Councillor Hamill on the screen.
Words as per the screen, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Back to Councillor Taylor. What do you want to do?
Thank you. I'd like to remove condition 2A I. It's in relation to outdoor dining along the frontage.
Let's see if I got a supporter for that. Seconded, Councillor Owen Jones.
There will be two changes and the
He's going to go both.
Thank you.
All right. So what do you want to do?
The first one is just introducing outdoor dining along the boardwalk. We're maintaining the distance that's required along there. So they've got some specific areas that relate to outdoor dining. So it's to include the outdoor dining. And the second part is to increase their bar usage from 12 o'clock time to 2. It's actually inside a local bar that's in a main resort that a lot of these resort hotels normally do have. So they're the two conditions, and that one relates to rewording condition 8 to read, and that should be up. We should have it there. So redo 14. Reword condition 8 to read, and that should come up as 8, and then condition 14 will change the hours.
So the hours all right now on the screen or not?
Yeah.
Is the top one right? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I find it funny we'd limit a chapel to 10 p.m. but allow the bar to 2 a.m, but I'll defer to Councillor Taylor on that one. I did have a question through you to Councillor Taylor, or through you to the responsible city officers. By introducing the outdoor dining on the boardwalk, my question is, are we reducing the trafficable area of pedestrians along that boardwalk, or would this change prompt the proponent to offset that potential lost width?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Vorster, I wasn't aware of this change, so I'll just talk from my knowledge here. So if the applicant did that, there obviously would be room that would be taken up, but there's local laws and other licences that they'd need to get that would then cover that. So yes and no to your question.
Mr Mayor, I've just had Councillor Taylor whisper something in my ear, which I think might be worth sharing to the room, because it's a sweet nothing. Mr Mayor, one of the reasons why I supported this development, and I realise we're not in debate, but one of the reasons why I supported the development was because of the public realm access to the boardwater, and I think that's critically important to maintain. So, through you, Mr Mayor, I just wondered whether Councillor Taylor could share his update, which might actually go to the heart of my question.
Okay. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. Yes, the boardwalk has been maintained, the 9 metres, I believe it is, and they've extended it to introduce the outdoor dining. So we're maintaining that distance. It's actually been extended to ensure that the outdoor dining is maintained, and they've actually specified where those outdoor dining areas are.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I can just get clarification from our EGM or from the relevant officer. So on page 1551, the officers of the agenda, the officers have expressly said that the inclusion of these seating areas will detract from the intended function of the boardwalk. So I'd just like confirmation that concern of theirs will not happen if this occurs? Is there enough change in the development that this is no longer an issue?
Mr CEO?
Okay, councillor. So what this will do is allow for it to take place, but what the local law does is govern the conditions around the use of outdoor dining. So just because they've got a permit to say they can do it, doesn't mean they've got unfettered access for how it is done. The local law kicks in, and the local law will ensure that any outdoor dining in this area is consistent with the broader standards within inside the city.
Councillor Jones.
Mr Mayor, can I just clarify my understanding in regards to the width of the boardwalk? So what we dealt with at committee, and I moved it at committee, was effectively public access boardwalk that reflected the requirements of the SPIT master plan. The minimum width for the SPIT master plan is 6 metres. This boardwalk is just over 9 metres, and the proposed area for alfresco dining is 3 metres. So it'll actually maintain the minimum 6 metres required by the SPIT master plan, which is why I'm happy to support the proposed changes, because I think we keep the public access thoroughfare available, but we also allow for the benefits of alfresco dining.
Okay. So, Councillor Taylor, I put you down as already spoken. Is that all right? Anyone speak against? Would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is one of the iconic sites on the Gold Coast Marina Mirage, and this component's been working for a long time to get uplift on this development. I think for a long period of time on the Gold Coast we've known it, the shade sails are there, they're maintaining that public realm, but this site has needed the uplift, and along with the Gordon Court and the Mariners Cove development, these 3 developments are really going to uplift that part of Main Beach and the Spit, and we're really looking forward to seeing these developments come to fruition.
Okay, debate's closed. All in favour show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Councillor Gates.
Lucky last. Mr Mayor, in relation to item 6.9, on the 6th of September 2016, Robina Projects Proprietary Limited provided $1,250 to one of my fundraising events. They're not specifically listed in the report, but I am aware that they had an association with Robina Land Corporation, so I'm making this declaration in an abundance of caution due to the strategic nature of the item. I've had no discussion with any party related to the matter.
All right, and in the committee, the motion, you can go there on the screen. Someone like to move on?
No, sorry, Mr Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm rising to make the room familiar with a certain set of facts, as I did at committee. Mr Mayor, it has been my recent practice not to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration with matters pertaining to the Robina Central Planning Review, because I'm of the view that this very strategic body of work would affect a significant number of people in the local government area, and therefore give rise to an exemption under the Act, this being an ordinary business item. But I did want to take the step of reminding councillors that within the catchment area, but not as any subject site, my grandparents live in aged care within Robina, so my uncle also has a 1-bedroom unit within Robina, again, not part of the subject site. And my wife is employed by Bond University as a lecturer, not a member of their management committee, and Bond, of course, has interests within the precinct. Mr Mayor, I don't propose making a DCOI, but the Act affords me an opportunity to remind councillors of those facts should they wish to move a procedural motion. If none are forthcoming, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the same motion that I did at committee, which is to permit Councillor Gates to participate.
Okay, you move this motion then, Councillor.
So long as everyone's happy, I'm happy.
Look, happy, everyone, look. Well, who's sad? Give me your sad. Nobody. You move it. Seconder?
Can I ask a question before I second?
Yeah.
So in the motion, we don't normally, may now be extinguished, firstly, there's maybe a spelling error, ED, at the end of extinguished. As I understand, Robina Group have sold their last landholdings within the study area. Can we just clarify whether that's true or not? Do we know whether Robina Group have sold their last landholdings?
Yeah. So, Mr Mayor, having moved the motion at the committee, I'm happy to respond through you to Councillor Tozer if you like. I'm informed by Tony Tippett of Robina Group that they have now sold all of their land. Whether or not you rely on my understanding, then that's a matter for you, but I have captured the facts as they are to mind within the motion. I understand they no longer have any land that they own within the area. That said, they are mentioned in the Act and exercise some function as a referral agency when assessing any FDA.
Mr Mayor, I've got no problem seconding it. I'd probably suggest we got the word "I understand" out, but because it sounds like it's quite definitive if a representative of Robina Group have actually informed.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm happy with the words as they stand.
Any other seconder? Councillor Owen-Jones. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Let's deal with 6.9, shall we? Anyone like to move? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this body of... I'm sorry.
So are you moving?
I'm happy to move it. Yeah.
Seconder, Councillor Owen-Jones, you have the first speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this body of work is dear to my heart, and I think in the fullness of time, all councillors will regard this as important legacy work of this term of council. Because what it does, Mr Mayor, is it looks at a greenfield opportunity we have around Robina Town Centre to deliver housing, to deliver jobs and to deliver a lifestyle opportunity, which would be amongst the most unrivalled on the Gold Coast. Now, Mr Mayor, unlike other parts of the Gold Coast, Robina has a large underdeveloped and undeveloped precinct at its core. We don't need to encourage the amalgamation of sites because many sites are multi-hectare in size, and that affords proponents an opportunity to deliver an incredible outcome that is not compromised in any way. But, Mr Mayor, to ensure that it is not compromised, we need to make sure that every FDA, final development application, that's lodged under the Act is thoughtful and meets the aspirations of the community, but also the opportunities that this council recognises ahead of the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games, but also the opportunities we have in embracing a higher population, but a population that enjoys lifestyle and delivers economic output. Mr Mayor, delivering a new master plan, in my view, is the opportunity this council has to right historic wrongs. And by taking the community into the process from the very start and by working constructively with stakeholders and by taking our time step by step, Mr Mayor, what we've been able to do is to make the case that Robina can be doing more for housing, can be doing more for jobs, can be doing more for lifestyle, but only if the infrastructure is there to support that growth. We need great east-west connections, connecting our coastal villages to our suburban centres. We need to make sure that we have a green heart that can allow us to meet the promise of the Gold Coast, to give kids an opportunity to kick a ball, for people to enjoy fresh air, for anglers to drop a line. We need to deliver all of these things, critical bits of transport and social infrastructure, before we let the genie out of the bottle in terms of more growth at Robina. And what this body of work does, Mr Mayor, just in closing, is it gives us the moral high ground, the data and the backing of the community to put fulsome pressure on the state government to ensure that as this area is developed in the lead up to the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games, we won't have shortcuts, we won't have opportunistic development, but we'll have thoughtful, curated development that protects lifestyle but delivers housing and ensures an economically prosperous centre to the Gold Coast. Very excited about it, Mr Mayor, and I'm eternally grateful to the city officers who engaged so well with the community and put a lot of pressure back on industry that might have wanted to take advantage to get the balance right. Mr Mayor, this is what this report does. It gets the balance right. Thank you.
Against the motion, anyone? Would you like to close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry unanimous. Councillor Gates, do you want to do any other ones? No. Councillor Hamill?
Go to 6.5 if we could please, Mr Mayor.
We're going to 6.5. You going to move it?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor, but we have some change recommendations to include that have come out since committee meeting.
Okay.
If the EGM may have to assist Minute Secretary with making sure that the correct one goes in, but EGM, I'm interested in the covenant one that protects the buffer to the residential area. I'm not sure if that's option A or option B.
So through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hamill. So I'm just seeing what's So the memo that was sent to councillors on the 30th of November, Councillor Hamill, are you wanting to move all of those changes?
Yes.
Yeah. So with the environmental covenant area, it is option A, has been drafted for the consideration of the committee. So if that's the one that you were wishing to go forward with, officers still stand by, I guess, the recommendation prior to committee, but these have been drafted after the committee resolved for those two.
There it is, sir.
Mr Mayor, if I could just check, so in that memo we represented option A and option B in regards to covenants, so maybe Mick could answer, but I'm interested in the one that protects the vegetation between the quarry and the residents. I'm just not sure if that is option A or option B.
So through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hamill, so option A is for the covenant which will be limited to the extractive industry buffer area, so that is what we discussed, and to the east of the extractive area footprint. Option B is for the environmental covenant to be placed on all vegetation outside of the extractive industry footprint. So I think you're after option A.
I'm after option A, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Owen-Jones.
Mr Mayor, it might come as no surprise to Councillor Hamill, but I'm actually interested in option B, which creates more of a covenant area and protects the visual amenity for the actual ridgeline and is also currently outside of the footprint for extractive industry.
All right, so if Councillor Hamill's moving, you'll do a amended motion?
I'm happy to do that, Mr Mayor.
All right, and let's just...
So Mr Mayor,
just a second.
there are a couple.
I just want to see if there's a seconder for Councillor Hamill's motion first. Anyone? For option A? No, well, the motion's lapsed. I'll go to you, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. There might be a bit of toing and froing here because there's several items that we asked for additional advice at committee. So the covenant area B would protect the ridgeline and the existing vegetation in addition to the buffer to the housing to the east. Mr Mayor, there was also a discussion in regards to the restriction on the ultimate depth of the extractive industry, and it's something that I discussed, and it was in regards to a notional quarry pit depth, and there's a proposed 8A quarry pit depth that talks about the extraction pit depth must not exceed a maximum depth of RL minus 20. Mr Mayor, this is in part, there's no time frame on this application in regards to how long they may quarry the resource. A minus 20 doesn't prevent them coming back in the future, but what it does do is that it puts a nominal time frame for a future application. So that was the rationale behind that. Mr Mayor, there was also 21, which is rehabilitation management plans, which has been circulated to councillors, but it's quite extensive. And there's a hold point. So there's a 21 rehabilitation management plan. Then there's a 38 hold point inspection. And then there's a proposed new condition, which is 21B, which is a $100,000 bond for stages of the terminal bench rehabilitation works. And then maybe before we get there, Mr Mayor, there was also hours of operation, and we had spoken of inserting a new condition which would allow for up to 5 temporary extensions of hours of operation per calendar year, and is subject to the following requirements. Okay. And then there is a series of requirements.
Councillor Jones, before I take in a seconder, we'll take a 5-minute break. If you could ensure that all those changes that it's accurately reflected.
I believe that they are, because they've been provided. They're reflected. Okay. So the only thing that I think that we should, before we take a seconder, Mr Mayor, it might be a worthwhile exercise exploring the conversation around temporary extension of operation hours, because we didn't necessarily land evenly at committee in that regards, and it might be best if we had a discussion about that before we ask for a seconder, and then that'll avoid us having to call for an amendment or a foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so the operation hours that you want is on the screen, am I right?
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
Okay, anyone got a differing view to those operation hours? The question, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just trying to, I've read the report, and it occurs to me that Councillor Owen Jones' motion makes an existing operating quarry, does it make it more strict for them, or is it accommodate some of their request?
I'll get him to answer. Councillor Owen Jones.
It accommodates some but not all of their requests, and allows for a minor amount of discretion on the CEO's part to allow for limited extensions of operating hours. In particular in regards to large infrastructure projects that are potentially located on the Gold Coast. One of the interesting things that came out of the report was 60% of their material is actually exported north into other local government areas. So there's a balance that we have to strike between being flexible on a limited basis to extending operation hours and the impacts that might have on our residents and our roads, and the impacts that it may also have on the delivery of large infrastructure projects on the Gold Coast. So there's a real balance there. So the short answer is it doesn't give them what they want, and it probably doesn't give the residents what they want, but what it does do is provide just a little bit of flexibility.
That's the question that I'm trying to raise. I understand this applicant actually builds our roads. Like we're a customer of theirs, and I'm conscious that that I'd hate to think that the cost to the ratepayer went significantly up in an existing operating quarry because we wanted to exercise, maybe a little bit of, respectfully, a little bit of political advantage by reducing their operating hours when we're actually trying to build roads and we're actually trying to get the best possible cost outcome for ratepayers. So if maybe the CEO could just address how he might deal with some of those additional, I think Councillor Owen Jones talked about there being maybe 5 instances in each calendar year where, so help us understand that.
Mr CEO.
Yeah, look, so this is a difficult one because I guess you're trying to balance both the financial impact, and that's a factor, but I guess what's playing on my mind and what will play on my mind is the overall impact to the city, because the alternative is large amounts of truck movements into the city from a quarry outside of the city. So, this work has to be done. And so I'm broadly comfortable as CEO that there's enough discretion there, and 5 is a reasonable number. And if it isn't, and if it isn't the case, we'll come back to the chamber and have a conversation. But to answer your question specifically, yes, in factoring that delegation, what will be in my mind is the financial impact to the city, but probably over and above that will be the environmental and just the general impact of the amount of truck movements that would happen in a scenario where we needed to use significant material to build a project, and there are many of those around. And it would make more sense that that comes from within the city rather than outside of the city.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the balance is perhaps just right in what's being proposed before us today. It does give with the...
So do you want to second it?
Happy to second it, Mr Mayor.
All right. Seconder. I'll go back to Councillor Adjourned to speak on it, and then Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As you might appreciate, moving something in regards to a quarry actually doesn't bring me any joy. This is the third time in 11 and a bit years that we've had to deal. I know that I had the option, but I also had the option to represent the interests of the city as best I could. So, Mr Mayor, as you know, that we dealt with the Borrell Quarry in the south of the city largely on buffers, and it was a greenfield quarry. We dealt as a council in regards to the request at Oxenford, again, which was a challenge in regards to buffers, and buffers that had actually been impacted significantly by a ministerial directive in 2015 to reduce the buffers to actually where people lived. And this application today has been thoroughly assessed by the officers. The suggestions that we are making tighten the covenant by introducing a covenant, tighten and protect existing vegetation. There's the eastern section, which is an existing buffer area where the initial application actually sought to remove vegetation, and that was modified later in the application. And then to the west is the ridgeline, and it's existing vegetation that we don't necessarily want to see impacted. So a covenant isn't necessarily something that can be totally undone. Like, I mean, they may seek to make an application in the future. It'll just be significantly more difficult because ultimately it recognises the environmental amenity issues that the council does have control over. What we don't have control over is the environmental authority that the state issues, and it's the environmental authority that the state issues that allows an operator of a key resource area to extract material and to actually create amenity issues, and whether or not that is noise, dust, blasting. There's a whole host of things that we don't get a second opportunity to have a look at. Because there was no termination in regards to the end date for this particular project, the decisions that we make today may very well be dealt with by a council over the next 50 to 100 years. So I think the covenant, and it's something that I discussed with officers after the committee meeting. I think it's a defensible position for the city because it's where we actually have a head of power. It may not be what the applicant wants, and I appreciate that. I want to avoid the city entering into extended appeals in this regard. So I was actually mindful in asking whether or not the covenant was a position that we could defend, and that was the advice that I'd received after the committee meeting. So I'm happy to hear anybody else's thoughts in that regards. But I think overall the changes to the times is actually not what the officers recommended. The officers were actually seeking to have a definitive set of times to actually prevent the applicant from being able to change those times. And I think that inserting a little bit of flexibility there isn't a bad thing in regards to allowing for some additional material to be moved outside of operating hours that were originally imagined, because moving trucks after hours through our busy roads to get to infrastructure projects is actually at times a better outcome than dealing with allowing trucks to move during peak times. So I appreciate that the 5 times per year may be something that the CEO and officers will have to lend some discretion to, but I think if we can arrive at a point where there isn't complaints from residents in regards to the movement of haulage vehicles, that is not necessarily a bad place for us to have landed.
Speaking against, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, my question is actually through you to Councillor Hamill. Before we had a motion on the table that was proposed by Councillor Hamill and it lapsed for want of a seconder. You know, I had a view coming into the room, but I'm trying to work out whether Councillor Hamill's view as the divisional councillor proposed more strict conditions than Councillor Owen Jones' motion or less strict, just so I can get in my head where I might go with my vote.
Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Tozer. So Councillor Owen Jones' motion and mine were exactly the same apart from the extent of the covenant. Councillor Owen Jones' motion puts the covenant around the entire footprint. My motion was for the covenant to only be the vegetation between the quarry and the residential area. So that's the only difference. Everything else is the same. It was just the extent of the covenant proposed is where we had a difference of opinion.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Reluctantly so, Mr Mayor. So I want to make it clear that the main part for the community's concern in this around operating hours, I'm very comfortable with where we've landed. So we have appreciated the quarry's commercial needs, that they need to get more output and that to deliver the projects they needed some times to change and they needed some times on Saturdays and that maintenance requirements needed some additional time as well. I think where this report got to, where the officer recommendation got to, was the right balance in the operating hours. The reason I can't support this today is I have a problem with the fact that an application has been made that purely was about operating hours and we have added significant conditions to that. Now, while they may be defendable, my personal feel is that that's not the right thing to do. This applicant in good faith made an application seeking to amend operating hours. The officer recommendation only focused on that and a few other little additions like rehab plans and whatnot that were a balance between an adjustment to conditions, but it was to help address some of the community concerns. Rehab of a tree area to reduce lighting impact. That was reasonable. While I could have stomached the proposal with the limited covenant, I can't find myself to come to a position that an applicant who puts an application in 3 years ago that was about operating hours has now had a covenant put around the entire site, because it will have an impact on quarry supplies and aggregate supplies in the future. So reluctantly, I can't support Councillor Owen Jones' motion in full, but in case I don't get the chance, Mr Mayor, absolutely support the original officer recommendation and the assessment they did, which was excellent.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor.
Ask then that Councillor Hamill's motion be foreshadowed.
Yeah. Well,
I can take a second attempt, Mr Mayor, so I'm happy to foreshadow what I put forward before, which is exactly this.
Mr Mayor, I didn't second it because I didn't understand it. But
yeah. So I'd foreshadow what I put forward before, Mr Mayor, which is everything as is apart from we'd go for option A instead of option B.
Sweet. You can foreshadow it. Speaking for.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is an interesting one because there's a number of approvals over the site and this brings them all into one, which is why I believe that we've considered more than just operating hours. The community for a very, very long period of time has been concerned about the ridgeline. The ridgeline is highly visible and what we're achieving with the covenant, as suggested by Councillor Owen Jones, protects that ridgeline and the amenity of the nearby residents. It also gives some certainty to the community that Council's view is that the footprint shouldn't be made larger into the future. We've seen buffers relaxed at other quarry locations, presenting a great difficulty for nearby residents who in some instances are living a couple of 100 metres from a quarry operation. but this gives certainty that we believe, if this gets support today, that the existing footprint is suitable for the location. We all know that the resource is so important, not just to the city but to the state. And we know that the KRAs are identified by the state and they can't be moved because that's where the resource is. But with our city growing as it is, obviously community develops around these very old quarries. And I think what we're seeing today is a real effort at adapting to the growth, but also making sure that we keep front and foremost in our minds the impact that that the community suffers from these activities. And whilst the truck movements are probably the major cause of concern for the residents along Peachy Road, the initiative of Councillor Owen Jones in bringing forward that just 5 times a year there can be out-of-hours operations, I think they would be accepting of that rather than a permanent greater period of time where the quarry is operational. So I'll be supporting the motion and hoping that the community recognises that we have tried to provide a balance where the industry itself is not hampered, but whereby we say loud and clear that the footprint is the footprint and there's no intent for it to expand further outside the existing area into the future.
Speaking Councillor against, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've really appreciated the debate today and some of the different nuances of the motions that have been put forward or otherwise, but I've formed the view that Councillor Hamill's motion is the right one for us today. And frankly, it actually comes down to the pressures in our city as we're ramping up our road building exercises and our road building program. It compels us to have regard for, those materials providers like this applicant who have existing quarries in the city. These guys have been operating, as far as I can understand, for quite a number of decades. As far as I can see, they're going to be operating for a number of decades into the future. And, the reality is, exactly as our CEO has indicated, a really bad outcome is if we, start scaling back or increasing covenants or buffer areas for an existing operating quarry that has been there for many, many decades. We start to send a message to people saying, okay, we need to get our materials from elsewhere, and that's actually not great for anyone. Frankly, I think Councillor Hamill has given regard to that as the divisional councillor, and I can't support Councillor Owen Jones' motion, and I will be supporting the foreshadowed motion if it's successful.
Okay. So, Councillor Owen Jones, could you close?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, if I could just get councillors to reach into volume 2 of the Planning Committee report and to go to page 1203. And there's a lovely colour photo, and in amongst that colour photo you can clearly see vegetation that's actually mapped under our strategic plan. And in addition to that, you can see a light blue line, okay? So the proposed covenant area protects vegetation, and I can't imagine that we would want to be a council that doesn't protect vegetation, So I find it chilling to hear the words that we should allow the footprint to increase when in fact what we should be making sure is we get the balance right between allowing the KRA to be exploited and to make sure that our precious environment is also protected. So to the west, you will see a blue line, lots of green trees. That's what I'm trying to protect with the change covenant area. Councillors, if you then move to page 1335 of the report, you'll see the original approvals which are being replaced today. So what today's conditions do is effectively replace 3 sets of earlier conditions, the first being issued by the Albert Shire, and I'm sure it would have been printed on foolscap pages, and it is the 3 pages between 1335 and 1337. So you'll see the detailed development conditions that were authorised by the Albert Shire in 1983. this is our chance to effectively create a consolidation of 3 sets of earlier approvals and bring those approvals into the 21st century for a site that may still be mined in the 22nd century, right? So that's our obligation today. Our obligation is to make sure that the key resource can be won by the applicant or whoever may succeed the applicant as the owner of the property, and 2, that we protect wherever possible both the buffer to residences as well as the buffer that is atop of the ridge. And they're the areas that we have control of. If the state want to do something different through their environmental authority, let them. But at this point in time, when it comes to extractive industry, we have very little conditions that we can actually enforce, but we've got an obligation to make sure that we give conditions of approval and a consolidated set of conditions of approval, which may very well last for decades unless a future application is received by the property owner.
The debate's closed, councillors. I'll call division. And all those in favour show hands.
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young.
It's 7-7. My casting is... Should we take a break? Yep. No, my casting's in the negative, so the motion's lost. The shadow becomes the motion. Councillor Tozer, do you want to second the shadow? Now that becomes the motion. Councillor Hamill, would you like to speak on your motion?
Mr Mayor, I would briefly, I think we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of backwards and forwards on this, so I won't take too much time, except to say that it's very clear through the officer assessment and report on this one that there has been a strong focus on balance between the commercial requirements of Wholesome and between the rightful expectations of the community. Mr Mayor, when this application came out, I sent a letter to the 1,000 surrounding households inviting them to join a group that would be kept updated the whole way through as this assessment progressed. Out of that came a really unique opportunity for city officers to get to know some of those local residents. We've had situations where assessing officers have been in people's homes, they've been in their lounge rooms and their bedrooms to understand the lived impact this quarry has on residents next door. It was quite a special thing. I don't know about the 11 o'clock at night in winter that were out there the one night, but to be there with city officers prepared outside of work hours, to be there in the weekend, to be there at night time, to be there with me to understand what the lived impact was of different houses was really special. So officers, and I said this at committee and reinforce it today, the officers that did the assessment of this one really deserve a significant congratulations for the highly professional and highly customer service driven assessment of this one. I couldn't find my way to support Councillor Owen Jones's proposal because of the full covenant. I moved the original officer recommendation at committee and would have been happy if that was all that came through today. But when we received that additional information, I saw some reasonable changes that I still believe achieve that balance which we're seeking, but I just couldn't deal with a covenant around the entire site. I can deal with what my motion does, which is protect the vegetation between residents on Venner Drive and the quarry. I think that is a reasonable covenant and one that will be greatly appreciated by those residents. So, Mr Mayor, again, thank you to officers, a really excellent assessment application. Thank you for your outward customer service to residents on this one. I am very confident that neither the quarry or residents will be 100% happy with this, and there may be some further discussion to be had afterwards on this one, but would encourage councillors to support my motion here today.
And speak against the motion? Councillor Owen Jones.
So I'll be voting against it because ultimately I don't think that we have achieved everything that we could in regards to the protection of both the environment and the visual amenity for the ridgeline. Our strategic plan is something that changes from time to time. So whilst it is currently protected by way of our city plan, it may not be protected by future decisions in regards to that ridgeline, and that's important, Mr Mayor. So If we cast our mind back to page 1203, which shows the blue line of the footprint of the mine, the harsh reality is that is where the footprint of the mine will stop. Okay, so, and that is right up until a future state government allows, for example, more of the environment to be removed for more of the key resource area to be won. And that's not a part of a decision that I want to be part of.
Anyone speak again, for the motion? Councillor Hamill, would you like to close?
No, Mr Mayor.
No? Okay. Divisions call. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald.
Motion carried. Right, 6.5's done. Right. Other items you want to deal separately, Councillor Hamill? Oh, hang on. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like item 6.3.
You want to do 6.3?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd move that council refuses this development permit for a material change of use impact assessment for 38 units at 1177 to 1179 Gold Coast Highway, Palm Beach.
As seconder, Councillor Vorster. Okay. So, just...
We've got them, so...
All right. Okay. Right, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I foreshadow the committee recommendation.
Foreshadow committee recommendation. That's not an amended motion, that's just a motion.
Mr Mayor, this is for a 50% above the building height, and this may occur in limited circumstances in urban neighbourhoods where all of the 8 outcomes are satisfied. My reasons for refusal is this application for an uplift to 43.5 metres should be refused as it does not satisfy the 8 design criteria of the specific outcome 3.3.2.1 in brackets 9 of the urban of the neighbourhood element within the strategic framework. Does not achieve an excellent standard of appearance of built form due to the bulky appearance, height and scale. The proposed scale and intensity of the tower dominates the skyline and does not achieve the desired slender bulk form of amenity outcome. The proposal does not reinforce the local identity or sense of place, resulting in non-compliance with strategic outcome 3.3.1 in brackets 3. Strategic outcome 3.3.1 brackets 5, specific outcome 3.3.2.19, specific outcome 3.3.2.1, 11, and specific outcome 3.7.2.1 in brackets 3 of the strategic framework. The development is contrary to the reasonable expectations of the community, having regard to the significant number of objections lodged in relation to this proposal. And there are no submissions in support of this actual proposal. Does not have a well-managed visual relationship to nearby properties. The proposal would create a precedent for other height uplift approval elsewhere. It would lead to adverse consequences which include a negative rather than reinforcing effect on local identity and sense of place and a negative effect on character and amenity. The proposal does not reinforce the local identity or sense of place because the local character is primarily low to medium-rise development. Council's forward planning vision is to reduce the height in this location under Major Amendment 2 and 3 of the City Plan. The amendment seeks to reduce the heights identified on the building height overlay map from 29 metres to 17 metres. The proposed building height of 14 storeys and 43.5 metres does not reinforce the envisaged building height and character, presenting a non-compliance with strategic outcome 3.3.1 in brackets 3, strategic outcome 3.3.1 in brackets 5, specific outcome 3.3.21, 9, specific outcome 3.3.1, 11, and specific outcome 3.8.3.1 of the strategic framework. That is my reasoning. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Okay. Speaking, Councillor Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, it's really hard to either support or not support Councillor McDonald when we actually haven't been circulated any of the substantive reasons. So whether or not Councillor McDonald has given consideration of having a printed version for the 14 councillors, that might help, you know. So, but Mr Mayor, as you will recall, we had a detailed briefing by 3 sets of solicitors in regards to the city's success and otherwise in regards to the planning scheme, and I'm really mindful, having had that briefing, that we're making well-informed decisions, and to be able to read it before we make that decision would be a good start.
Yeah, but it's up to the councillor how she wants to.
But Mr Mayor, it's also up to us as councillors in making a decision. So if I was interested in supporting Councillor McDonald's decision, being able to read the words that she's proposing would be beneficial.
I'm sat in front of you now. Councillor Patterson.
May I ask a question, Mr Mayor? So through you, I do have a question to officers regarding of the points that Councillor McDonald's raised, the one that's perhaps most concerning to me is regarding the bulky appearance. So if you could comment on why you felt that wasn't, you know, I'm just looking at it, I think it's of a bulky appearance. If you can make comment on why you think it's acceptable to meet the requirements. Thanks.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Patterson. Officers, we did discuss this at committee and we had our city architects there as well who provided some evidence and reasons to back up their decision. Page 763 of the officers' report up to page 781 does detail the reasons why. It was stated at that meeting that by our architects that they didn't believe it did, and they specifically spoke to, if you can see the perspectives that you've got there, the delineation between the 2 sides of the building as well, which breaks up that form. So happy to go into more detail, but that is provided in the report, and we're confident that we've taken that into consideration, as well as recent planning and environment court judgments.
Okay. Speaking, is that a question? Councillor Tozer.
So, Mr Mayor, my question is through you to the EGM. I'm looking at the pages between 765 and 769 in the agenda, and it talks about the buildings in the nearby area that have been subject to the uplift or not. Just for the public record, could Ms Swain just kind of talk a little bit about, talk a little bit about that section of the report. And the context that I'm asking for some advice is, on page 767, it seems that almost all of the area immediately surrounding this particular site have limited their height to 29 metres and 9 storeys, which is the mapped height. And then there's an example on page 768 and 769, which is effectively comparing the property specifically to one that I'm assuming got the 50% uplift. So could you just help me capture why that one was most relevant?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer, why the items on page 768 were more relevant?
So the question I think I'm asking is that on page 767, there are, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 18 properties that are inside that 9 stories that you've given some guidance there, and then you've compared one property, which is the one that's located at 1267, that had the 43.5 metre uplift. So the question I'm really asking is, when there are so many precedents for that 9-storey limit, why have officers specifically picked one that got the 50% uplift to compare, rather than relying on the precinct in the local area that has that 9-storey? Help me understand why.
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll have a go at this and then Mick
just
might
give
want
to the CEO.
CEO.
I mean, I'm happy. Here you go.
You want to take
You want to have a go, Mick?
To the one that got the uplift, haven't you?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On pages 764 through to 769, what officers have done is to draw attention to in relation to the criterion in the planning scheme, which is a reinforced local identity and sense of place. So we've tried to report and depict the nature and the height of the buildings that have been approved through the area. A lot of those are at 29 metres, and individual applicants will have their reasons why they decided to lodge an application and seek a development at that height. Probably the obvious answer is that they've stayed as code accessible, so they weren't subject to impact assessment. So more certainty, I suppose, for those applicants to go through that path. But what officers have done is just highlight those approvals that have gone above the 29 metres. So, and that is again in relation to the criterion, reinforced local identity, sense of place, and I guess made a conclusion that this proposal would satisfy that criterion, having regard to all the developments that have been approved in the area.
So, Mr Mayor, then again through you, it is really a matter of subjectivity then. The sheer volume of applications that have been approved and that are at that 9-storey limit give me reason to believe that the local identity is kind of driven by that 29 metre limit. But it's the officer's subjective view that because there are a couple of exclusions to that, that's worth considering and favourably assessing this application. Am I reading that correctly?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I probably wouldn't agree that it was a subjective call by officers. The criterion itself isn't a black and white metric, so in the professional opinion of the planners and the architects who have reviewed this, they felt this proposal did comply with that criterion.
Okay, so could I just go a follow-up question then through you then to the EGM? There have been some public rulings of the Planning and Environment Court recently where matters that we might have refused or matters that might have been appealed haven't ultimately resulted in a favourable outcome for an applicant or sometimes council, and the cost of the ratepayer has been not insignificant in some of those instances. Could you give me an example or some understanding about whether any of those unsuccessful court proceedings have been related to this 50% uplift piece?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer, yes they have, and particularly when officers have assessed this application, we've gone through the judgments with a fine-tooth comb and ensured that in our report and also in the presentations that councillors have got, that we've made sure we've addressed that based on the recent judgments.
Okay, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just a few questions. Can I just have confirmed for the benefit of full council whether this subject site falls within the precinct that this council in 2019 at its last meeting for the year resolved to reduce from medium to medium-low density?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Vorster, it does.
And thank you, Mr Mayor. Further question on that. Could I get clarity, because there were 2 different heights captured in those proposed changes. Is the subject site within the part of Jefferson Lane which we proposed to bring down from 29 metres to 17 metres?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Vorster, I believe it is.
All right. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just talking then about Jefferson Lane, because we took steps as a council unanimously to address amenity and community aspiration and identity for this precinct. Could I find from city officers whether there are any other high-rises built to this height that have been approved or constructed on Jefferson Lane?
Through you, Mr Mayor, on page 765, Councillor Vorster, there are, I'm just trying to read it, so it's annotated by the M and the N, G and L, I believe, so there are approvals.
There are approvals?
Yes.
Mr Mayor, could I ask another question? The report cites 40-odd developments that have been approved by council to support the assertion that this development may be in keeping with the emerging local identity and character of Palm Beach. Would city officers dispute that only 2 of those have actually been constructed?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe you're correct with that, Councillor Vorster, yeah.
So, Mr Mayor, the number of this line of questioning is as follows. How did city officers establish that this development would be consistent with the emerging character of the precinct when only 2 out of 40 approvals have broken ground, given we have seen many dozens of approvals in other suburbs, and I think of Surfers Paradise in particular, where no development has ever occurred and those development approvals have lapsed? How is it that city officers can reconcile an approval with the reality that most tend not to progress in establishing whether this meets local character?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we do have regard to approvals, and we do consider them, you know, when we make decisions on these applications, because they are a lawfully approved dwelling that could occur at any time, and the city has, whether it's through the council or delegated decisions, has made a decision that those developments were appropriate.
Mr Mayor, my next question talks to a point made by Councillor McDonald. Often in this chamber, a councillor might say, we are worried that a development application may set a precedent. And the retort is often, well, councillor, there is no such thing as precedent in planning. We consider each development application on its merits individually for that particular site. I'm just struggling to reconcile the position taken by city officers that there is no precedent, that projects are considered individually and on their own merits, with the suggestion that we can and should have regard to approvals that may be nearing the end of their expiry date. Because to my mind, we can't have it both ways. Either there is no precedent or there is precedent. And for me, precedent talks to how reliably we can say that this development reflects on the emerging local character. To you, Mr Mayor, or through you, I could put it more simply if you...
Mr Mayor, each application is decided and assessed against the planning scheme, but when you have a criterion that talks about the reinforced local identity and sense of place, I think you must have regard to surrounding development, including approvals that have been given in that area.
Mr Mayor, only a few more questions. Through you, Mr Mayor, to either EGM or to Mick. Would it be the case then that should council approve this development and it were sustained through any appeal process, then this development itself might then support further high-rise development in Jefferson Lane?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't think this development itself would support further high-rise development in Jefferson Lane. I would like to think that if another application came along that had the exact same circumstances, that council's decision-making would be consistent, but this in itself doesn't guarantee the outcome of any other development on any other site.
Two very brief remaining questions, Mr Mayor. Again, my view is that council has actually resolved that Jefferson Lane is a special enclave with its own sense of local character and identity, so much so that we have voted to progress that through our city plan amendment package. One thing that strikes me about Jefferson Lane, and it's a little bit like Hedges Avenue, is that Jefferson Lane is very narrow. It does not even have enough road width for a footpath. There are
Question, Councillor.
Yes. To what extent did city officers capture local identity? So when city officers have tested local identity, did they draw a lasso around the suburb of Palm Beach? Was it just everything east of Towson? Was it along the Gold Coast Highway? Or did they look at Jefferson Lane? What was the extent of local character? Because I'd say that Jefferson Lane has got a smaller or more particular local character than the balance of the suburb.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I could probably just draw the council's attention to the two diagrams on page 764 and 765, which depicts the area that officers had in mind.
Set a broader sweep. And, Mr Mayor, I might leave it at that and save it for debate. Thank you.
Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and question through yourself to the EGM.
Can you push a mic closer to you?
Sorry, Mr Mayor. The last comment that Councillor McDonald made was that reduce the height in this location under Major Amendment 2 and 3 of the City Plan. Now, I believe that happened on the floor 4 years ago, I think at the last meeting of the year, and Major Update 2 and 3 still haven't had, which involves that part of it. Have they had approval from the state government as yet?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Young, no, they haven't been approved by the state government yet, and you're correct that in 2019 that was a change that was put on the floor at that time in the council meeting, because I think we had a special council meeting that day.
Correct. Yeah.
In terms of the progressing of the amendments, no, they haven't. Councillor Hamill and I are actually working with the state government at the moment to work out a process and see how we can progress that. But at the moment, the correspondence that we have from the state is that they haven't progressed to any stage worthy of approval.
And just a further question, if all right with you, Mr Mayor, and based on that, because it did happen on the floor that day, am I correct in understanding that it didn't form part of the community consultation, that it happened prior to it, and that there was actually no supporting document because it actually happened here on the floor? There wasn't a lot of supporting documentation for that. Am I correct in assuming that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Young, that's correct. The officers, normally we would do a lot of background studies and a lot of work to inform those changes, and because of that change that was brought on at the committee meeting or the council meeting, that we didn't have those normal studies that we would have.
Okay, so when Councillor McDonald does allude to the fact that we are envisaging a reduction in height in that area, it is purely based on a position that was brought on the floor here in 2019 without any supporting documentation, evidence or anything like that from this chamber.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Young, that's correct in part, but I think it's important to note that officers have still been progressing the council amendments, and that is part of the council amendment. So in all the work that we've been doing to progress the amendment strategies, that is in there.
Yeah, but we still don't have an approval.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just want to understand the 50% uplift and community consultation part of the impact accessible. So what I'm looking on the plan here is majority of the developments are around the 31, 32, except for I think it's D that might be at the same height. At what point does impact accessible and community consultation give weight to understanding that 50% ability for the uplift?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm probably not clear on the question, Councillor Taylor, but once an application goes over the map building height, that's when it becomes impact accessible. And so that's when the public notification period occurs and the general public are invited to make submissions. I'm not sure.
Sorry, thank you through the chair. So what considerations is given to that community impact assessment feedback?
Mr Mayor, so under the Planning Act, Council must have regard to the submissions that were received, and that's what we've done here, and that's what's been reflected in the officer's report. So through the report, you'll notice that for each of the criterion where there were submissions, officers have had regard to what the submission said, and so that is how, through the process, how the submissions are considered. We have regard to them, and that's a requirement under the Act.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just want to go back to our amendments 2 and 3, because I know we've had some conversation in the chamber before about where we are with the process of getting an amendment through, and if this went to court, if we depended on that we do want, and I actually did put my hand up, I actually believe that we should lower the height to 17 metres. I'm fine with that. But is our legal advice that we really need to be there and we should be following the city plan to the nth degree, or do you think that it's up to a judge's discretion as to whether they take into account how close we are in the process to getting those amendments passed?
Mr CEO.
I would counsel councillors against asking city officers to determine the outcome of planning decisions. We can talk about legal advice, but I would counsel the EGM before she answers that it's very difficult for us to speak about a future potential court case which hasn't happened yet.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor O'Neill, I think the way to answer that is we would only, and I think we canvassed this at the committee meeting as well, of we have to be very confident when we're putting planning amendments up that they are going to get through, and that would be the point where we would then start taking that into account. There was an example that was brought up at committee, that was at Coomera. That was a situation where we were absolutely much more confident at that point in time. Given the meetings and the correspondence with the state government at the moment, we're not in that position yet. We might be in the future. We're still having a number of meetings, and I know Mr Mayor and our new chair as well has been working with us there, but at the moment we don't have any certainty from the state government, and I think if we started doing that, it wouldn't be a good thing for council at all.
Yeah. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I've got two questions. Firstly, through you to Mr Moran. So one of the reasons proposed is the development is contrary to the reasonable expectations of the community, having regard to a significant number of objections lodged in relation to the proposal. Does the number of objections lodged enable us to change the city plan?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in my opinion, it's not the number of objections, but more so what those objections are actually saying with regard to the proposal and the planning scheme.
Thank you. And the second question through you to Mr Moran is just in regards to, is the city required to assess the application based on the current city plan or an amendments package?
Through you, Mr Mayor, so the Act requires us to consider the planning scheme in force at the time.
And does the amendments package 2 or 3 form part of the planning scheme in force at the time?
Mr Mayor, no, it doesn't.
So, Mr Mayor, a question through you to Councillor McDonald. Would you consider dropping the final dot point of your proposed motion? Councillor wouldn't have heard me, so I'll ask again. Councillor McDonald, would you consider dropping the final point of your proposed amendment?
Motion.
Proposed motion.
Mr Mayor, I find that very difficult to answer simply because there has been other applications where the future town plan has been taken into consideration in relation to the decision. No, I'd prefer to leave it in. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, would you accept an amendment which was all of the above with the exception of the last dot point?
I don't. We'll take the amendment. Just trying to think. We've got a foreshadow. We've got a shadow motion there. Huh? Yeah, we'll come back up when this is done. If this gets through, it gets through. If it doesn't, we go to foreshadow, and then I'll take the amendment. You can
foreshadow the foreshadow.
Yes.
So isn't an amendment of what Councillor McDonald proposing takes priority over the foreshadowed motion? You're chairing the meeting, but like, I mean, as in, so I can't support Councillor McDonald's motion because we've heard from the officers that it actually isn't a ground, you know, so like, I'm not going to vote for that. So that's why I've asked the mover whether or not she'd change it. She won't, so I'm asking whether or not you'd accept it as an amendment.
To the foreshadow, to the motion. So you've got two options. You can accept it as an amendment to the motion, then you'd vote that up and down, or you can say vote it up and down yes or no, and then you'd have the foreshadowed, you'd vote that up, and then what the council would do is foreshadow a motion to the foreshadowed motion. But I think it's easy to accept it as an amendment.
I just accept that as an amendment, amended motion. All right.
You have to vote on the amendment.
So I have one further question through you to Mr Moran, and that is in regards.
Do you want to move? No. Do you want to move your amendment?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a seconder.
So my question through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Moran is just in regards to the Hemingway approval and how close in regards to height and density this particular application may be to the Hemingway approval, and whether or not the Hemingway approval was appealed or not.
The Hemingway approval and this proposal before us are the same height. They've gone to the full 50% uplift of 43.5 metres. There was an appeal on that proposal, which was withdrawn before it got to a hearing.
So, Councillor Owen Jones, you want to speak on your amended motion?
Mr Mayor, all I will say in regards to the amended motion is it's better than the motion that was proposed because it removes the last item, which isn't a grounds for a refusal.
All right. So speaking for it now, speaking against the amended motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I am willing to concede the technical argument made by Councillor Owen Jones that this development application is being assessed against the current planning scheme. I'm very happy to concede that. And I'm happy to concede that the current planning scheme has not incorporated the community feedback that we sought to imbue in the updated planning scheme. I'm absolutely happy to concede that. But, Mr Mayor, what I am unable to concede is that our assessment cannot have regard to emerging character and local identity. Now, Councillor Owen Jones prosecutes the case that, well, there can't be any emerging low-rise character because those amendments have not been ratified. But, Mr Mayor, our current planning scheme already envisages planning discretion on projects which may or may not proceed. So, internally, we've been asked to support a development outcome here to a 50% uplift because of development applications that have been approved but not yet commenced. Furthermore, the current city plan permits speculative development down this corridor for the fourth stage of the light rail, which has yet to receive any federal funding whatsoever. So although the planning scheme does not have a prescriptive height of 17 stories that we can point to, what the planning scheme actually does is it allows us to have regard to things that may happen in the future, even if there is no money to build that project, and even if the federal government's not pushing ahead with the fourth stage of the light rail. It is flexible enough for us to meet community aspiration. Now, Mr Mayor, why this is a speech to the amendment and not the substantive motion is that I think by excluding this point, we're fettering our ability to prosecute the case in court that the emerging character of this area will be for medium-low density. And that's really important, Mr Mayor, because the planning scheme asks us to look at local identity. Well, 750 people in the local area said that this development does not meet their local identity. And if it's not the locals sitting in judgment of their own identity, who is it? Is it us? And if it is us, Mr Mayor, I can't see how we can effectively, in my view, backflip from a very, very, very clear direction that 17 stories is what this precinct should unfold as moving forward. 17 metres. My apologies. We don't want 17 stories. Now, Mr Mayor, Councillor Pauline Young made a very apt point. She asked, isn't it the case that we didn't have a formal report suggesting that we should cap development at 17 stories, plus it's 50%? She's 100% correct. But, Mr Mayor, it was unanimously supported by this council in its exercising of its democratic role, which is to intervene when city officers don't quite nail the landing. Mr Mayor, today we had a development application to do with the spit, and Councillor Taylor supported amendments to have a bar operate to 2 a.m. and introduce dining on a boardwalk. Wasn't supported by city officers. It was actually argued against in the city officers' report. There wasn't a body of evidence to support it, but the democratic outcome was it was supported at the time of decision. And we made a decision unanimously, Mr Mayor, to enshrine what the emerging character of the of this precinct. In summary, Councillor McDonald quite rightly points to Amendment Package 2 and 3. It might be speculative, but the planning scheme itself allows for speculative development outcomes to do with the light rail, to do with unconstructed developments. There is discretion at play, Mr Mayor, and the planning scheme makes it quite clear. Support for developments over and above height to 50% should be limited, should be absolutely limited. They should have regard to local character and local identity. And we've established through years and years and years and years and years of community consultation that the local character is 17 stories. To ignore that is to junk years of community consultation and to do a massive disservice to 750 locals who took the time to assert that their local community has a particular aspiration, a particular identity, and it's worth protecting. And we only strengthen that position by backing in Councillor McDonald.
Okay. Speaking. Question? All right. Councillor.
Mr Mayor, only because I think it's very relevant information to both the amended motion and the proposed motion, and we've kind of touched on it lightly, but through you to Mick or Alicia, in some of the correspondence we received from Palm Beach Elanora Community Group, there is reference to the Nexus decision, the most recent court decision. Could I get an understanding and absolute clarity that officers in assessing this application had regard for the court decision at the Nexus site, but also the court decision for all other applications in the last few years where the uplift test has applied? Darjan, yes. Yeah, the Darjan Nexus one.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hamill, absolutely we have, and we're obviously undertaking that through all development applications that we have on our books at the moment as well.
And so, Mr Mayor, through to Alicia, so that means in regards to those 8 criterion, which we know are subjective, but to just really make the point that this application was in a part of assessment where we effectively paused assessment for a moment so that officers could take a breath, could get a review of the most recent legal advice, which included the legal team that acted for and against on that particular court case, to make sure that before final assessment, final recommendation against all 8 of those criteria, that court decision and all recent ones in the last few years have most definitely been considered in your final recommendation and final assessment.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hamill, yes, and I think you'd be referring to the Adjourned, which is the most recent one, and absolutely we have.
Speaking, what's that, Councillor Peter Young? For the amendment, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm delighted to see this come forward, and I'm concerned that we're kind of splitting hairs and possibly going to lose the focus. In fact, the amendment still recognises as its principal point the specific outcome 3.3.2.1 brackets 9, the urban neighbourhood element within the strategic framework, which has as its first point that council has to consider increases in building height up to a maximum of 50% above the building height in limited circumstances where all the following outcomes are satisfied, and the first is a reinforced local identity and sense of place. So the local identity has been established, but it is very much a subjective position, and in keeping with that, the decision of the council has been to seek a change and through our city planning mechanism, and whereas that's not gone through the full process of being adopted, it is clearly identified that that's the identity that we want to emerge. So I don't think we've lost anything by losing the last dot point in the original motion from Councillor McDonald. I'm very pleased to see this come forward, because what has been lacking in many of these cases is a cogent position opposing officers' recommendation, and I think by and large this does it. It's not very strong. I think the last dot point weakens the whole case. It doesn't strengthen it, and therefore I'm supporting the amendment. But fundamentally, I didn't feel that the application met the criteria that we've established in the city plan, Mr Mayor. It, in my view, doesn't present the kind of form that we have identified. It's quite bulky, it's not slender, it's not an excellent standard of appearance in my opinion, whereas, for example, the DA that we dealt with today at the Spit is of an excellent appearance and excellent architectural form. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor McDonald, would you close?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to support the amendment, and the reason being is that uplifts are not a given. The 50% uplift has that 8. Sorry.
Excuse me, Councillor McDonald has to chair.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we were commenting, and I apologise, we were commenting on her supporting the amendment, and my apologies. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Councillor McDonald, I hope you haven't lost your train of thought.
There's a lot of notes here, Mr Mayor. Pardon? Mr Mayor, as I mentioned, uplifts are not a given. This is a 50% uplift on 29 metres, which makes 43.5 metres in the development. Now, if anyone's down there, and I went out and I took some photos over the weekend, mainly the area around is just single and low dwelling buildings in that area. I just had to question one of the officers, the building a few doors down, they had as a 9, and actually it's a 7-storey. So they're all low rise developments in the area. Now, with the regard to local character and local identity, in the court case that was held down further, that was one of the issues that was really heavily dealt with, is about retaining that local character and local identity. Mr Mayor, this is a very dense type development. It's under the town plan, it's 33 square metres, and what the applicants are applying for is the 13.5 square metres. And the community have spoken. There was 1,512 objectors, 784 were individual, and there was 91 not properly made. So I think certainly council's been given the information that this area needs to be protected. We need to look at our town plan. We need to follow the recommendations of our town plan. And we do have to protect that local character and local identity. And I would suggest that councillors support this resolution that goes up today. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillors, debate's closed.
Now I'll call a division. The amendment.
Yeah, just let me finish. So, you know, so I know where I'm going. The debate's closed. What's going up before you is a voting on the amendment. So really, your focus is the amendment better than the original motion? That's the key issue. Nothing to do with the shadow at this stage. Okay? So this... No, the amendment is moved by Councillor Owen Jones and second by Councillor Peter Young. That's the motion before you.
The only difference is that the final bullet point from
is gone.
Is gone. Everything else is the same.
That's what you're voting on. Yep. Okay? Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young.
Not again.
How many is that?
7 and 7.
I've got a horrible feeling it's 7.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
Really?
No. 8-6.
8-6. The motion, the amendment now becomes the motion.
I apologise, Mr Mayor, I counted poorly.
All right. So this is the motion now. Councillor Owen Jones, open the batting. Yeah.
I'm happy to yield the floor to Councillor McDonald in regards to it, Mr Mayor. I was just interested in improving the motion.
Okay. Speaking against this motion, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have to say that at committee I raised the fact that the recommendation to Amendment Package 2 and 3 to reduce the height was just in advance of the 2020 election, and it was definitely in responding to community engagement at that time. I think the then Chair of Planning went to a public meeting where it was perhaps clearly emphasised that the residents of Jefferson Lane would like a lower height limit. And yes, he gained the support of the council with no science behind it whatsoever from the officers, purely through community input, which isn't a bad thing. But my understanding since that time is that the state wants us to uplift everywhere, not just in the expected areas, but even in the low density domain. They're looking for uplift right across the city. And my fear is if we don't start supporting development that complies currently with city plan in every way along a corridor purposely intended for the extension of light rail, we're going to fall into strife in delivering what is necessary to cope with the 15,000 new residents that come here every year. So this particular application delivers on a very large site. It delivers a lot of what the community has been seeking, with bigger setbacks, more green space between buildings, and as the officers have advised, their view that the character of the area is changing through the approvals that have been given, even if they haven't yet been started. But I think that it's really important for us not to lose sight of the recent legal appeals and the briefing that we had, and to respect the ratepayers' money in terms of if we vote against this today, well, not this motion, but if we don't support the recommendation that was put forward to us by the officers, I think we can probably be pretty sure that we'll be back here approving it at another time.
All right, Councillor Owen Jones to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't be supporting the motion, and partly because we've had an officer's assessment. We've had the benefit of a legal briefing, Mr Mayor, and so whilst I appreciate that Councillor McDonald has done work and
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Should it
Point of
be
order.
Councillor Owen Jones that's closing?
Yes. It's his motion, isn't it?
Still Councillor McDonald and Councillor Wilson.
Didn't the amendment become a motion?
It did become a motion, Mr. Mayor.
So then it's Councillor Owen Jones' motion, isn't it?
No, you're correct. It's just maybe the screen hasn't been updated.
Well, I'm going with what's real. It's Councillor Owen Jones' motion. So continue, please.
No, I'm
He's closing it.
He's closing.
If you don't want to close it, that's fine.
He does.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'd been interrupted. I stopped so that you could chair the meeting, and I'm happy to bat on if you would like, you know, but the reality is we've had a bit of confusion in terms of how we've arrived to this point in time. So, Mr Mayor, councillors or the supermajority of councillors attended a long briefing with external third parties who had all been commissioned by the city over time to represent us in the Planning and Environment Court. At that briefing, we heard about a series of cases that the city had been involved in, some with success and some without success, and some of the decisions of the Planning and Environment Court. At the most recent planning committee, we spent a great deal of time in regards to this application, and I specifically asked the officers whether or not they had had mind to both the briefing and the cases in coming to their recommendation. As Councillor McDonald said, we have to follow the city plan and the recommendations that we received from the officers, and that's what I think we should do today.
Okay. Debate's closed, councillors. The motion's in front of you, moved by Councillor Owen Jones. I don't know why you... That's the dead duck one. Right. Councillor Owen Jones' motion.
That's what happened.
And Councillor Young. All right, just to be sure, it hasn't got the last point. That's got to go.
Yep. Yeah, it was.
It was. He spoke eloquently.
Sorry?
It was.
It was.
All right, so debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour of this motion, show of hands.
Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
The motion's lost. The shadow becomes the motion. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Hamill's? Councillor Gates seconding. I go to Councillor Hamill to open the batting.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have before us today an application that I absolutely believe should be supported. We've seen a developer amalgamate 3 sites, which is something that we know we need to encourage more of across the city. The development will see 8 dwellings, if built, we'll see 8 dwellings removed and replaced with 38 dwellings. Each of those dwellings would have 2 car spaces on a building that on average is 50%, which when we talk about the bulk, I think is a key metric that officers have used in assessment, is that on a large site, to only see 50% site cover is a good outcome. It's 400 metres from high frequency bus transfer, bus services, 100 metres to the beach, and will provide an option of 2, 3 and 4 bedroom units, Mr Mayor. And I'd like to make the point, Mr Mayor, because we did definitely talk about this at committee, that there was a significant amount of submissions on this one, and I think it should be pointed out that they were really high quality submissions. They were submissions that took the time to consider key points of city plan and to actually try and make those connections and those objections. So we thank all submitters that had input into those submissions. And Mr Mayor, we spoke about today the fact that in terms of a relevant matter, the consideration of Amendment Package 2 and 3. What is clear from recent correspondence from the state government is we are no closer to seeing Amendment Package 2 and 3 go through than where we were 12, 18 months ago. In fact, my read of the recent correspondence is we've probably gone backwards in actually seeing those through. So I absolutely agree with officers' assessment that proposed amendments to a city planning scheme where the state government is showing no interest in adopting them can't be considered as a relevant matter when assessing this application. I think importantly, Mr Mayor, something that has absolutely been teased out is the fact that officers have taken the time to consider the legal precedents of all recent court outcomes. All councillors have received correspondence from interested community members and groups in this area who have made that point of wanting to know, was that one of the considerations of officers and one of the considerations of councillors in approaching this application? For all those who attended that briefing, who have had follow-up briefings with officers, I think it's absolutely relevant that it has been. Officers took the opportunity to pause assessment on this application along with others while we sought a review and update from our panel lawyers in the most recent court application, which was to make sure that the final assessment and final recommendation put forward to Planning Committee and put forward to this council is the most defendable position possible. Mr Mayor, I urge all councillors to support the officer recommendation, which is for approval of this development.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. And for those tuning in, either in the gallery or by way of YouTube or watching back, this has been a very, very difficult discussion. We've had bits of our planning scheme quoted by, number, dot, number, dot, number, dot, number. We've had a talk about Amendment Package 2 and 3. We've talked about our dealings with the state government. We've talked about a lot of things. But, Mr Mayor, ultimately, I come back to the current planning scheme, which is, ironically, the basis of Councillor Hamill's support. But when I read the planning scheme says to me quite plainly that the 50% uplift is to occur in very limited circumstances. It is not a right, or it's not as of right, it's not a given that somebody can lodge a development application with some nice renders and they will be granted a 50% uplift. In fact, Mr Mayor, because it says in our planning scheme that 50% will only be achieved in a limited number of circumstances, we must be very judicious in the way that we apply the 8-part test. And Mr Mayor, it's really important to note this in our planning scheme, the one in force today. The 8-part test isn't like a box of Lego where you can just take some of the pieces and put them together and get a little creation. You actually have to use all of the pieces. All 8 tests must be satisfied in order for council to cross the threshold that 50% uplift can be earned and is deserved. Now, I was part of a council that quite self-assuredly thought that the 50% uplift could be satisfied with the Nexus development. And guess what? That same assured council, well, we got it wrong. We got it wrong. And I'm very confident that in this case, we're getting it wrong as well. Because when I look at the 8-part test, all parts of which must be satisfied to tick off on a limited uplift opportunity, it says quite clearly that we must be reinforcing local character and identity. Now, I did not see listed in the report a single submission from the local community that said that this development would be reinforcing local identity and character. I didn't see a single submission from locals making that point. But what I did see, Mr. Mayor, is over 750 submissions saying the contrary. And I have to say, if there are two bodies that can sit in judgment of what constitutes local character, I will back the locals every day of the week because they live and breathe the area. They live their lives there. They invest in the area, in their greatest asset, their home. It's where they're raising their families, and they say quite clearly that the local identity is medium to low rise. And Mr. Mayor, I think it is very unfortunate for anyone to prosecute the case that we cannot and must not have regard to what we hoped to achieve with Amendment Package 2 and 3. I think that's wrong. And it's wrong because it ignores the fact that many development applications have been sustained on the prospect of the 4th stage of the light rail making its way through this precinct, a project which has no funding whatsoever. So if we're prepared to back in developments speculating that the light rail might happen, how is it unreasonable that we would speculate that the state government would come to their senses and deliver planning scheme changes that meet community expectation? Now, none of this, Mr. Mayor, is to say that I am anti-development. I don't think any of us are anti-development. And what I mean by that is anti-housing, because locals need roofs over their heads. The question for me is not whether this development should go ahead or not, it's whether it should go ahead or not with a 50% uplift. Now, this is one of my very last council meetings, Mr. Mayor, but I want to reflect on the work of the former council when it launched the 2015 planning scheme. And that council said quite clearly that this new city plan, the 2015 city plan, which was, I think, adopted or commenced in February 2016, just before the 2016 local government election, the council said quite clearly that this was a city plan about certainty. People should have certainty about what can happen next door, and the housing sector should have certainty about what they can deliver. And Mr. Mayor, I don't think the application of the city plan in this way has granted either the proponent or the community any certainty. And to the extent that the city plan establishes an 8-part test that demands excellence, I think we should be very judicious in its application. And when we come to the test that talks about local character and local identity, we should back in the 750 locals who said that this is not in keeping with our identity. I'm troubled that we would sit in judgment and go the other way. Thank you.
Councillor Hamill, can you close?
Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Vorster raises a couple of interesting points that he'd refer to a city plan that we've spent the last 7 years trying to undo through amendment packages. Mr. Mayor, I'm coming from a place of this very simplicity. Well, I appreciate Councillor Vorster's review of our city plan. I'm going to rely upon the hundreds of people employed in a building to do that work for us, who have conducted a professional assessment. Hundreds of them have been involved in this application to have their input. Our city officers have done their assessment against the current city planning scheme and have said that this application is worth support of this council. So that will be what I'm relying upon today. The other point, Mr. Mayor, while Councillor Vorster references one court decision, the briefing that we had from our panel firm lawyers clearly indicates that while we did lose on that particular one, we've actually won on dozens of others, where the officer assessment of those criterion has been found by the courts to be absolutely in line with our city planning scheme. Mr. Mayor, we need 158,000 new dwellings in this city by 2046. To achieve those numbers, we need development like this, where a developer is prepared to amalgamate 3 sites and where we can see a net increase from 8 dwellings up to 38 dwellings. We're going to have to see thousands more applications like this right across the city in every suburb to hit those dwelling targets. Mr Mayor, I would encourage councillors to rely upon the professional assessment done by officers, which has considered all relevant matters, especially including the most recent court cases, and for you to support this development application.
Councillor, debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Castro, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald.
Motion carried. Councillors, how long you want a break? 45 minutes? Yes, please. 45. See you at 1:40. Don't worry.
All right.
Streaming's on. There's a quorum. Councillor, any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, 6.11 if we could please.
6.1? 6.11. Okay. Move.
Happy to move the item, Mr Mayor, if there's a seconder.
Second. Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone want to speak against? You want to close it?
If I could briefly, Mr Mayor.
Just calling out a Gal, just bring you up to speed.
Open and close in the same little speech, if I could, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Yep. So, Mr Mayor, item 6.11 is in regards to the Gold Coast City Planning Scheme review. I thought, given there's been such a lot of conversation today about our current city plan, about amendment packages, that it was important to pull this out and have a quick chat to it. So, Mr Mayor, I made the opinion before that it seems very evident through the draft SEQ plan documents and through the latest correspondence from the state government that our amendment package 2 and 3 process has stalled. They have made it fairly clear through all of that there's no interest in progressing that work at this stage. The EGM and I have a meeting with Minister Scanlon and the state planner this week to see if there are any parts of ABC that possibly could be grouped together to progress, but we're not so confident what that's going to look like. So a decision needs to be made if we continue to devote a huge amount of officer time attempting to progress the amendment package, or if that we say for now we're putting that work on hold and we'll look to introduce it into a new city planning scheme. I'd make that point, not suggesting that the work that has been done in amendment package 2 and 3 be thrown out, just that we hold it for now, and after taking the opportunity to hopefully sort some stuff out with the state, let the draft SEQ plan review become the new SEQ plan, and possibly through some recalibration that we can progress that work through. Mr Mayor, importantly, commencing a new city planning scheme review opens up opportunity. It opens up opportunity to work with residents and industry on how we stimulate more affordable housing, including more privately delivered social housing, more affordable housing, and how we get build to rent to stack up on the Gold Coast. It also provides an opportunity to start a new conversation with Gold Coast residents and industry about what their suburb, neighbourhood, street looks like in decades to come, all framed through a lens of the city achieving a dwelling supply target of 158,000 new dwellings by 2046. Mr Mayor, the report puts a great emphasis on the preparation for our communication and consultation plan. There is a clear message here. This will be a city planning scheme review that seeks to genuinely engage residents and industry upfront, not in a tokenistic box-ticking exercise after the fact, which we all know is the feedback we get from too many residents. Mr Mayor, a final point to that, and the report talks to this, is that divisional councillors will play a key role in that consultation piece. Mr Mayor, I encourage all councillors to back this report and back our city officers as we start the process of a city plan review.
Okay, debate's closed. Thank you for your closing. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillors? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, put your hand. Against? Carry, unanimous. Thank you, Executive General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We now go to governance. Councillor Jones. There's no water, eh?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of Governance, Administration Finance Committee meeting held on Wednesday the 8th of November 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 10 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion, put your hands up. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Jones.
Mr Mayor, I move through the recommendations of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconded Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried unanimous.
And that's how you do it, Councillor Hamill.
Yes, that's how you... Now we go to Economic, Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I present the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Wednesday, the 8th of November. It's covered by recommendations 1 to 3.
Seconded Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right. Councillor Castro, you want... over to you. Oh, which one? Councillor Castro?
I have a declaration to make, Mr
declaration.
Mayor. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right. Okay, we do that first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Although not mentioned in the report, Mr Mayor...
Item number?
Item 6.1.
6.1. Okay.
I wish to make a declaration, and as I said, cross-promotions is not mentioned within the body of the report anywhere, and the donations that I receive from them is outside the relevant term. However, in full transparency, I make a declaration that I did receive funds in 2014 and 15, and that there may be a perception in the community that a conflict may exist, and on that basis I am requesting that the council consider my involvement in the item. I do wish to remain in the room. I feel that I can make a contribution to the discussion, but I turn it over to councillors for that decision.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At committee, this was talked about, and Councillor Gates was very open and transparent with the way she dealt with it. So I'll move that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest, because the report does not identify any licensee and the donations were made outside the relevant term.
Second, Councillor Petition.
No, the question, please, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Just for the record, really, the declaration says the nature of the related person's interest in the matter not applicable. In this case, isn't it the fact that cross promotions has an interest in the event?
Well, it's not noted in the report, Councillor Young. I'm only going on what I read in the newspaper. So there's no mention of cross-promotions anywhere within the body of the report that we're considering today. I did read that Mr Cross had offered some commentary in response to a question put forward by the Bulletin. If they're involved, I don't know it. But it was Mr Cross who introduced me to Paul Dainty from TEG, and many of you will recall I got a misconduct charge as a result of my participation when the petition was being considered about ongoing festivals on Coolangatta Beach. So I'm being abundantly cautious.
Thanks, Ms Mayor. Thanks, Councillor.
Seconder.
So, seconding my motion. Yeah.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Well, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Just a second. Councillor Curtis, have you got a declaration on this item?
No. I'm sorry, I apologise.
We're good?
You're going to move it?
Okay. Any voting against? Did not vote, Councillor Gates and Councillor Vorster. Motion carried. Councillor Vorster, you want to do something?
Not really, but here I am. Mr Mayor, I'm rising to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration with respect to this item. The nature of the declarable conflict of interest is as follows. A reasonable person may form the view I have an interest in this decision, as I've discussed potential support for my stag campaign from a business, one of the shareholders of which is an artist which may perform at the proposed event. One of the business owners raised the event with me, though noted the business has no commercial interest in the event. The business, the entity is Hard Fizz. They're a business within the Burleigh electorate who expressed tentative support for my state campaign. The nature of that related party's interest is that one of their many shareholders may be an artist at the proposed event. I'm happy to take questions after I've read this, Mr Mayor. Why am I seeking to participate in the decision? Well, I feel as though it's in the public interest because the proposed event may significantly impact the operation and management of the public bathing reserve, the regulation of which is routinely considered by the committees of which I'm a member. My participation will ensure any safety and amenity concerns are properly considered during deliberations. Mr. very happy to take questions on this because it's important to get it right.
Okay, can you raise that a bit more? What was the procedural motion there?
I'm not a member of the committee, Mr. Mayor.
No,
so
I can't read the procedural motion.
We don't have any, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're leaving?
I'm not a member of the committee, so this is the first time it's being raised.
Oh, okay, it's the first time. Oh, okay. I see. There's options there. Councillor Tozer, a question or what?
So I'm familiar with the company Hard Fizz and their relationship with the musician in question that I don't really want to mention. But I'm trying to understand the nexus between the company Hard Fizz and the event itself. Are they a sponsor? Are they a co-owner? Do they have some sort of a licence agreement? Is there any relationship that you're aware of?
Yeah. Councillor Boster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In my discussions with the business, they are not a partner to the event. There's no agreement in place, none of that. But it was raised during my discussion with the business. So, no, as far as I'm concerned, they have no connection to the event, but nonetheless it was raised in conversation, which is why I'm taking the step of bringing this to the council and allowing you to ask questions and sit in judgment.
So then just to follow on from that, obviously Hard Fizz is a well-known brand of carbonated drink. What's the nature of their express support for you? So where is that nexus?
Well, none at all. There's been no offer to support my campaign in any way, but I did have a conversation about that potentially occurring in, as in it could be well wishes, could be a nice card. It could also be in some other way. It's so tentative and early, but noting Councillor Gates, and she said this herself, has been the subject of a complaint to do with a very similar event and exercising the most extreme abundance of caution. I'm putting this out here, but there has been no commitment to support my campaign. Okay.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Forster, a couple of questions. First, with the shareholder you mentioned, do you have an idea how many shareholders there are? Are there like 5 or 100? And then the second question is, well, I'll let you answer that one first.
No, I don't know.
Okay. And then you said that there's a conversation. Could you tell us what the conversation was about the event? Were they interested? Were they supportive? Were they expressing their support to you?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Councillor Patterson. They were very supportive of the event.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, in the report that we have, it's on confidential papers, the shareholder that Councillor Forster has mentioned is named. And they have that person has been named in a way that makes me form the view that it is relatively likely, or not beyond the unlikely, that person will benefit from this event going ahead. And given that conversations occurred, I have some. Yeah, I can't see the connection, Mr Mayor, between that company and Councillor Forster right now. I don't see, he hasn't done that, but I can see a connection between this event and that person. So I can't, we probably need to have this conversation closed because I really am, the information's been on grey paper, so.
You can't have a debate about the conflict in close.
And I get that.
No more questions? Well, procedure motion. Councillor Hamill.
Do you want to stay in?
Mr Mayor, I thank Councillor Vorster for raising this conflict. While very happy that he's been endorsed to run an estate seat, he's rightly raised it because the last thing he wants to do is bring any kind of cloud at all over any decision of this council. So I'm going to propose that Councillor Vorster does not participate in decision and leaves the room during the item. Okay. I'm not sure of the exact words of that because I don't know if I've actually done one of these this term, but words to that effect.
Item B, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go with item B, Mr Mayor. I think for the good of Councillor Vorster and for the good of everyone, it's the cleanest and simplest thing to do.
Second, Councillor Pauline Young. All right. Anyone speak against the motion?
Yeah, Mr Mayor. I think this is actually a really interesting dialogue for us to have. It is, whilst there's no doubt that there's a connection between the person mentioned and the event, I can't see the connection between that person and Councillor Vorster. Frankly, he just hasn't substantiated that sufficiently. One question I will ask though, Mr Mayor, is Councillor Vorster, do you think you're able to deal with this matter with an open mind?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have to take some guidance from you as to whether I can answer the question, because I don't want to be interfering in the
on this matter. I'm not talking about on the procedural motion. If you were to stay, if you still got open and persuadable mind.
Yeah, that's the question. Do you have an open and persuadable mind about the matter at hand, not about the issue declaration?
The answer is yes, but my declaration isn't about me having.
No. He just wants to know if you already made a decision on an issue already, then well, probably some of us who wanted you to stay in the room would go, oh, okay, we might as well just vote not to participate. You see?
The answer is yes, Mr Mayor. But just to be clear, I'm doing this to address a perception issue, which is for me different to whether I have got an open and persuadable mind, and I would have talked about my open and persuadable mind in my declaration. But
okay, all right. So open and persuadable mind. Speaking against, for me, it's easy to vote, exit the room, but I'm going to vote against it because I think Councillor Vorster has a lot to give after 8 years regarding events, and then I can't, similar to Councillor Tozer, I can't see the next year between him benefit at this time from the person. There's no donation. You know, the amount of people say they're going to support me and never turn up. You know, it's so much. I'll be declaring this sort of stuff all the time. But anyhow, so that's how I'm going to vote. That's the reason why I vote no. But that's, I've got to speak my mind, don't you? To close, Councillor Hamill? No need. Okay. In favour of the motion, show of hands.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Pauline Young. So,
against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
So what's that? I was counting it with the ticks. 6-6. Well, the motion's lost. She can't vote on the. Yeah, not on the COI. All right, so procedural motion. I'm voting against. So the motion's lost. Second one, yeah.
So my motion is that Councillor Vorster should participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because two things. The first is that there is no disclosed nexus between this person and Councillor Vorster. Part two is that there's no close personal relationship, according to the definition, between Councillor Vorster and this person, and that the disclosure that the interest as disclosed is minor and remote. They were my three. They're the three reasons. Did you catch that, or do you want me to read them again? Because the relationship between
he's got the floor.
Councillor Vorster and the person identified is not sufficiently close, and the interest as disclosed is minor and remote.
Yeah, doesn't matter too much. I think Councillor Vorster is going to volunteer to leave.
Well, okay.
Am I right? Am I a mind reader?
No, Mr Mayor, you're right, and I do apologise to the room. The guidelines provided by the OIA also prompt caution when someone feels uncomfortable, and given that the vote was effectively tied but lost, in this moment I'm feeling personally uncomfortable participating in the decision. So I'm going to take the step of removing myself from the debate. Again, my apologies to all in the room, but I always want to make sure everything's above board. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If we can just scroll up a bit, I think it was noted that Councillor Gates abstained, but she did not vote.
No, you did not vote. You didn't abstain. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. You're spot on. All right. Any more declarations? Councillor Lacastra.
Yeah, look, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, this received a lot of debate at committee. There are only 2 items on the agenda, and I can't recall.
Are you going to move something here?
So I am. I'm actually going to move the recommendation that is in the that we adopted in the minutes, Mr Mayor, and yes, so I'm moving it.
Seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Tozer.
Okay. So, Mr Mayor, look, as I say, it received a lot of debate, and you very subtly told me to move the motion first, and you were absolutely correct to do that before I went into debate.
Well, you're the chair.
It was so close that I had to exercise my casting vote, and as much as I thought I would love the power, I didn't. I didn't like having to use that. So, Mr Mayor, I certainly don't profess to know the area, Coolangatta anywhere near as much as Councillor O'Neill, but as far as events are concerned, we certainly punch above our weight when it comes to the events we attract to this city, certainly in the sporting sector, and I've been arguing for many, many years that we need more cultural events, music events, and for me, if we want to be the tourism capital of Australia and a global event destination, we need to have major events that are coming here, and we need to have them turning over all the time. Now, as far as music events go, we already know the success of Bob. It's not Blues on Broadbeach. No, sorry, but also Blues on Broadbeach. And we also know the success of groundwater, again, just how quickly that has escalated and will probably surpass Bob at some stage. But with support, but probably more in keeping with this event as a nexus, when we actually look at the success just recently of Spilt Milk, which attracted around, well, we believe over 50,000 people to the city. It was certainly well attended. I actually went to that event just to see what things were like on the ground, because I wanted to do that as the events chair, and it was a phenomenal event. Whether you're into that genre of music or not, I'm certainly not into the genre of music that this event is attracting. That's not me. I'm more of a soul brother. And there's no soul on the rundown. So, but in the end, we want to attract different demographics to the coast. Blues obviously attracts its own demographic. Groundwater attracts its own demographic, and.
Be careful what you say.
Sorry. We're in. Open. Yep.
What's wrong? What I missed?
Yeah, sorry, no. And I think that 18 to 35 demographic that this event is looking to attract is an important demographic, and that's the same demographic as Spilt Milk. And I say that because not only do we want to be able to cater for everyone, but when young people come to the coast and they have a great time on the coast, they're going to remember that, and they're going to come back in future years. They're going to bring their kids here, and they're going to come back to enjoy what else the coast has to offer. And while they're here, I'm sure they'll enjoy a lot of what the coast has to offer anyway. But going to events and talking about Coolangatta in particular, Cooley Rocks On is an event that I've been immensely supportive of, as has this council and prior councils, even before it was renamed, Cooley Rocks On. That event attracts around, I believe, around 29,000 people, give or take. It's a very popular event, runs over 4 days, and the local traders are, of course, very, very happy that event comes in. This event, we're only talking about 1 day. It's running between 2 p.m. and 10 p.m. But the economic impacts is significant, and I think that given that this is also working in tandem with the WSL, I think it's absolutely perfect to have that in Coolangatta. I was a bit concerned originally when I looked at, I think it was something like, without going back into the report, it was something like 5 days, bump in and 3 days bump out. But then when I actually reflect on other events, particularly, I suppose, again, to put something in context, even though, the type of music and opera on the beach are very different, but opera on the beach ran for 7 days, and I think the bump in, bump out was it was about a month. It was a month. And this bump in, bump out, when I actually look at that, is even though it looks a lot on paper, of 8 days in total, is not that much at all. And as I say, the event itself is only operating for 1 day between 2 p.m. And 10 p.m. I think that something in the region of 70% of those attending it's estimated that around 70% will be coming in from outside of the coast. As I say, the economic impact is quite significant. And I believe that we've also shown over the years that we can stage big events on the beach. Schoolies, which of course is literally just passed. I mean, we have big beach party happening with schoolies, and that's been, as far as I'm aware, has gone off again without a hitch. And that beach is very narrow in comparison to the beach down at Coolangatta, which can accommodate a lot more people. So, and finally, I guess, I believe there, and I said this at the committee meeting, I believe the checks and balances are in place. We've still got to go out for community consultation, and I know there were concerns that came up in debate about the safety of the patrons as such, being on the beach, and with alcohol and everything being involved. But again, this is something that, we've got to get our lifeguard services to sign off on this. And safety, and I think we all know, and I don't think anyone would argue against this point in the chambers, safety will always be paramount, and there's no way in the world that any councillor here today would put their hand up to support of an event, to support an event if they thought that safety would be compromised for these young people or indeed for anybody. So I think it's a significant event. The other thing is along with spilt milk, there's clearly there's emergency services on site. There's zero tolerance to drug and alcohol intoxication, and there are no pass outs, and that's really, really important. Once you're there, and if you leave, that's it. You can't go anywhere else. So I think there are a lot of checks and balances in place, and I believe that as a city that prides itself in attracting events, and our significant investment as well into Experience Gold Coast just recently, that's what we're about. We want to bring people to our fabulous city, and then we want them to enjoy it so they come back again. So I think this event really should be supported.
Thank you. Speaking against, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And Mr Mayor, I don't get up here to speak against events. You know that I love events, and I like major events. And I think the Gold Coast is best placed to have major events, but it doesn't have to be on every beach or in every area of the Gold Coast. I think we have to be discerning to make sure we get the location right. Coolangatta itself, it's north-facing beaches, family-friendly, it has a laid-back vibe, and it's known for its surfing and major surfing competitions. And just recently, we've really become renowned with our sporting events down there, the beach rugby, the beach volleyball, which are now international and national events on the beach, beach handball, beach odds tag, you name it, we're having all sports down there. And they're respectful of the beach, they bring participants, their entourage, and they stay long periods of time. I would love to have more music events in Coolangatta in our event space, Mr Mayor, because I think that that's where they should be. I know our event space only take 10,000, but I think that's all the town of Coolangatta can handle. This event, looking at 30,000 18 to 35-year-olds on the beach, on a great percentage of Coolangatta Beach, I think is the wrong decision. Our licensed venue operators down there have actually told me that they don't support it. They did that through their liquor accord recent meeting. The surf lifesavers are not supportive of this sort of event being on the beach. And also the residents, and I know that, and I defend events in our event space to residents. They live in a CBD area, so they do have to expect noise to be in our event space. I don't have any problem with defending that. But I think when you've got so many different aspects of the community, the business community, the residents, plus the licensed venues saying the same thing, we have to listen to that. As I said, Coolangatta is known for the surfing event, and I'm a really big supporter of WSL. But I'm very disappointed in WSL that they are backing this event, because I know that a lot of the pro surfers have great respect for the beach. I'm not sure how many pro surfers listen to electronic dance music. That's up to them. But I have always said to WSL that I'll support you if you want to have a music festival in our event space. Or even if they just want to have a small music event at the end of their competition in Rainbow Bay, sometimes they do that, and I've been totally supportive of that. And that's against residents' wishes, I know that, but I think it's the right thing to do. It's a massive footprint, as I've said, from Kirragroin almost to Greenmount. This precludes a lot of people going to that beach area, especially on the day. And I know it's only one day, but Coolangatta Surf Lifesaving have their bronzies ceremony that weekend as well. And there was a point made in committee, Mr Mayor, and I'll bring it up here. If the surf comp finishes early, the surfers will be gone. They won't be staying there. So I just think it's better placed at somewhere like Surfers. And I know that the big events that Councillor Castro talked about, that's the Schoolies events, Seafire, the Pacific Air Show, all proven events and in Surfers Paradise and on the beach, because the logistics of having it at Surfers Paradise, they're all covered. You've got the parking, you've got lots of accommodation. I honestly, as I said to you, I don't like to talk against events because I really like to have events, and the fact that I'm not an electronic dance music person has nothing to do with it. We've had, with the WSL, and they've had events in that space, it's been DJs, it's been electronic dance music, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But the impact it'll have on Coolangatta, especially with half the Cura Point Road closed at that time, I may add, is going to be devastating. And we're going to see the same arc up as we did over sand dunes. There'll be petitions. The Chamber of Commerce have said they haven't been consulted yet, and it's a shame that the proponent didn't consult more widely before they put this proposal to us. They'll have to do it, I know, afterwards. But honestly, Mr Mayor, it's the wrong decision. It's the wrong location. Put it at Surface. I would love the event to be at Surface. I think it's a great event. And if they get the artists who they think they might get, that'll be fantastic. I've got a daughter who loves electronic dance music. You know, she would know all about the artists that they intend to have. But honestly, it's just not right for Coolangatta. And I have to stand up for the beaches and the hinterland because they're our natural assets, and that's what I put on all my election material. I will protect those natural assets. And I think the only way to protect them from this is to please put it somewhere else. And I would ask my councillor colleagues to trust that I'm saying the right thing, that I'm doing the right thing for Division 14 and for the Gold Coast. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Petition.
Thank you. My questions relate to item C there, which asks that there be further community consultation before A or B. I wonder what is expected from that community consultation. Is there an outcome? Is it going to influence the event? I don't know if the EGM can respond to that.
Is it best for Steve, you're going to answer that?
I think Steve's probably better
And I might
placed to
pose the
comment.
second question at the same time, if you don't mind, which is, would it be a good idea for us to seek consultation after the event as well, if it does go ahead, so that we can respond to any concerns that might arise?
Steve.
Mr Mayor.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, the expectation of the event promoter in relation to a community consultation would be about communication and then input and feedback. So they would speak to the relevant stakeholders that may be impacted by this via either the road closure, the noise that may come as a result of this, or the businesses that may be impacted or able to leverage off the opportunity. And it would be a piece of work around communication, input from them and feedback.
Mayor, so following on from that, and that would influence the final management plan that they submit? Is that the idea?
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely. The ability for the city to issue a permit under its local law could only be done so if there was to be no impact on items such as environmental harm or impact, significant negative impact to amenity, and a host of other criteria within the local law.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's worth bearing in mind that we need to be constantly renewing our product in this city, and for me this is an opportunity not for a genre that I know anything at all about, but Cooley Rocks On attracts something like 46,000 people to Coolangatta, of which 29,000 come from outside the city. So Cooley can certainly cater for 30,000 people, because we've seen Cooley Rocks On go from strength to strength without any issues at all over recent years. So this is an opportunity for an event in our city presented by one of not just Australia's top promoters, but globally respected promoter. And Mr Mayor, in reading the report, for me, all bases have been covered. It's fully fenced, so to speak of any dangers that might exist, I'm sure that our lifeguards will continue to patrol the flagged areas outside of the actual precinct, but it's fully fenced. So I think it's a nonsense to suggest that there is any danger that this would bring. Many of us attended Opera on the Beach. It was just the most wonderful, magical event. And I don't think there's been a beach experience on Coolangatta since that, and that was way back in 2017. I asked for some specific details of that, and that indeed did take up 33 days in bumping in and bumping out, and it did bring 11,000 unique attendees to it. So for me, it's more apparent than ever with what happened with the proposed Sand Dunes event, which was originally mooted to be a sellout until it was moved away from the beach, and all of a sudden it lost its appeal. At Metricon, where it was to be held, the ticket sales just didn't achieve what had been hoped, and the event was finally cancelled. Mr Mayor, I moved the item at committee, and number C was inserted, or point C was inserted, at the request of other councillors, because when the petition was presented in 2020 about future events on Coolangatta Beach, that was one of the points that had been agreed to, that there be extensive community consultation before council approved an event of this nature. We changed the recommendation at committee so that the final event management plans would be submitted following that community consultation, so that the officers indeed could give effect to the things that the community found important. And Mr Mayor, it couldn't come at a better time for us after we've just made such a heavy investment in Experience Gold Coast, with the aim of making us a globally respected destination, not just for sports. I think in 2021 we were number 26 in the world as a global sporting destination, and we need to keep showing off our city in the best way possible. And what better than our beautiful beaches and a whole lot of young people having a great time in a controlled situation at Coolangatta. And they deserve a piece of the events pie. Coolangatta for decades has been a go-to for so many people, and I think they deserve a big chunk of the events pie, and this is an ideal opportunity at no cost to ratepayers.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, ask question, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. This type of event we're talking about, the 30,000 in that one spot, have we had an event down there similar to this previously? So I've heard the other larger events go for a few days, but have we had one very similar to what we're looking at proposing now?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor, the annual Cooley Rocks On is certainly an event that's bigger in size, it's bigger in attendance, it's larger in terms of the amount of roads it closes, it's larger in terms of the duration of its bump in and out, so the total duration and occupation of site. It's larger in terms of the number of days where there's amplified noise. So if you're seeking an example, I would absolutely say Cooley Rocks On would be the closest to this.
But have we ever had on the beach a similar type of event moving forward? So I understand there's a bigger events, but I think the concern is the type of event on the beach of that particular. Have we ever had a event similar to what we're looking at here now?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if you're talking in relation to the size of public land that's taken from this that's used for the event, the Opera on the Beach took approximately 25% of Coolangatta Beach, and that was expanded to include a fireworks show at night time, and it sort of increased probably up to that approximate 1/3. As the councillor noted, Coolangatta does very well in relation to mass participation sporting events. So whilst there may not be the number of people on the beach, the size of council-controlled land used would be up in a similar sort of comparison.
Okay. Speaking against, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This particular event to me is a great event, but it's in the wrong place. We've got 30,000 people that are going to be in a fenced-in area. You know, we've seen the examples of Cooley Rocks On and Opera on the Beach, but with Cooley Rocks On, people are free to walk around anywhere. They go into the restaurants, they go into the bars, they go into the nightclubs, like that. But this particular event, people come there, they go into an enclosed area, they buy all their food in there, they buy all their drinks in there. when they leave there at 10 o'clock at night, they go to wherever. They're certainly not going to go into the nearby restaurants to have a meal. I think this is going to have a major, major impact on the beachside area. We really do have to look at another location, and I know you've been talking about smaller events here in the city with a special location, and I think this is the one that we should be looking at, to have a special location, but certainly not on the beach, because the ones that are going to be missing out are those businesses in Coolangatta.
Okay, speaking for the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll just start by saying I so understand the challenges that Councillor O'Neill has articulated, the challenges of our community being able to, want to be a pro-events kind of councillor, a pro-events kind of leader, but also, trying to balance and manage the expectations of our local community. There are three reasons why I think this event is worth supporting today. The first is economically. I think it is, it comes out of the end of the World Surfing League event, and a few people have made comments about if the WSL event ends early, everyone's going to be gone, but the reality is that the sheer magnitude of an event of this calibre is going to encourage those people who went to that event to stay. I think there is definitely crossover between that sector, and whilst not every person who loves surfing will also like a dance party on the beach, there's definitely a connection between those two things that I think will extend World Surfing League activity into this event. But just by sheer magnitude, the report on non-confidential part of the report on page 26 talks about that in 2023 we had a 33% vacancy in Coolangatta in the month of May. And to me, we have to do our level best to try to make sure that we build up that occupancy, to make sure that we're actually generating the right sort of income for our local business people. Right now, I can understand some of them might be a bit reticent about this, but knowing the artists that are being proposed and the magnitude that this agency is promoting, they're not going to come for one day, Mr Mayor. They will come for multiple days, enjoy a full day of the festival, and just like some of those other festivals that have been mentioned today, they will stay the night before and the night after, and probably for the rest of the weekend, and maybe even come early for some of the World Surfing League stuff as well. 20,000 people is 2/3 of 30,000. Like the idea that 20,000 people are coming to our city who are in a target demographic for us, I think is really profound. So economically, I just don't think there's an argument to say no to this event. The other thing is culturally, and I have a little bit of exposure to the music industry, and I kind of love championing that part of about our culture. And there is a number of really big artists nationally in this space, in the electronic dance music space, that are really highly regarded in a global and national context. And artists like Fisher, artists like Lastlings, artists like Dana, artists like Dennis are really playing in that electronic dance music space. And I have really good confidence that TG Dainty is actually going to not just champion electronic dance music from around the world. They're going to bring local artists in for a couple of reasons. Firstly, those artists want to play on their local beach. They actually really like the idea. On top of that, the travel cost is going to be a lot less for those guys. They're going to be able to get some really amazing artists on that beach that are actually, Lastlings just played Spilt Milk, and they've played a bunch of festivals around. They're touring the globe, and whilst they're not as well known as artists like Fisher, who is probably one of the top electronic dance music artists in the world right now. And of course, this is speculation, Mr Mayor. There's no chance that they'll necessarily book all those acts. But what I'm trying to say is the Gold Coast has skin in the game in this beyond just the economic impact. There's a cultural impact. When these artists who we've been supporting, some of these artists have received RADF grant funding. Some of these artists have received our merch grant funding, where we have provided funding to creatives and the musician to create new merch. Like this is the natural next progression of us supporting the music industry. And so I think there's a really important cultural piece here. The last thing I'd say is that we've got other investments in youth. We've just released our youth plan. It's only recently been resolved for us to move in that direction, and we've just launched a new music event that is meant to rival Blues on Broadbeach and rival Groundwater in springtime. It's a youth-targeted music event, and the idea that we would be hosting, springtime, but then kind of knocking back this actually just it sends the wrong message to the marketplace about whether the Gold Coast is open for business in this space. If we're serious about trying to diversify the types of events that we offer to the market, this is exactly the sort of event that we should be marketing. Frankly, the calibre of artists that is proposed for this are of a significant magnitude that they have underplayed the reputational impact. They have underplayed the promotional impact, and the value, the media value of that will be unbelievable for our city. Frankly, we couldn't buy that sort of advertising if it goes the way I expect it will. Finally, I would say that the World Surf League have written in support as his destination Gold Coast. I think it sends a really, Experience Gold Coast, my mistake. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Still getting the hang of this new regime. But importantly, those entities have expressed their interest or expressed their support for this event to us, and it really does send a conflicted message when the council takes an alternative position to those entities we've already invited in to provide that sort of input to our city. Mr Mayor, I hope councillors support this today. I think it's a great event. I appreciate there's going to be some challenges in the community, but the suggestion that there won't be an economic impact, people will come in and go out, I think is ridiculous. Frankly, this will be a multi-day activity economically, whilst it's only 7 hours of amplified music, according to the report, which I think is frankly quite a low cost for what a great return will be.
Speaking against, Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look, I don't stand lightly to speak against events within our city because we are growing our reputation, but I think, unlike the other Southern End councillors, I just think it's actually the wrong position for it. Just back to what Councillor Gates was saying, she was saying there was an event that lost its popularity once it went out to Metricon Stadium, and coming back to that, and Mr Brooks identified it at our committee meeting that there was 35,000 people last year at Spilt Milk on the Spit, and this year with it at Heritage Stadium there was 52,000. So I think we have an uplift there if we do it right. So 52,000 people in Heritage Stadium for a big music festival like that is something that the city is supporting and can see going forward. It was also said in committee that the surf lifesavers will be on the beach and that people know to swim between the flags. If you've ever stood on the beach for 6 or 7 hours trying to patrol people between a flag, when they're sober, when they're not intoxicated by drugs, when they're not heat burnt, when they're not dehydrated, you can manage about 300 people. We're talking 30,000 people here with 5 odd volunteers on one end of the beach and 5 odd volunteers on the other end of the beach. So I think it's very remiss to say that that amount of surf lifesavers can ensure that 30,000 people aren't going to actually potentially want to go in the water either before or after or once the event starts to dismantle. In parts of the report there, and I'll be very careful because I know it's confidential, but they did indicate that there will be an emergency medical management plan. So we've thrown out here on the floor that Cooley Rocks On has 30 or 40 odd thousand people, and so do other festivals, but they don't have a specific requirement to ensure that there's not excessive intoxication, excessive drug abuse, excessive antisocial behaviour that comes along with the potential comes along with a festival of 18 to 35-year-olds that are penned into an area on the beach where they get their alcohol in there, they get their food in there, and they get whatever else they bring with them in there. So it's to identify within parts of the report that actually need a medical emergency plan like that cannot, I don't think, be considered against a Cooley Rocks On, which is a family-friendly, let's walk around, let's enjoy our businesses, let's enjoy our parks, and let's enjoy the events that are on display there. So I think when Sand Dunes came to us, we identified a lot of these problems a few years ago. We raised concerns about lack of consultation, lack of speaking to our businesses down there. Here we are, a couple of years down the track, and we're still identifying the same problems with very little or no information given to us within this report to say that they've actually spoken to any of those businesses down there or any of the community down there. So, and I too I go to the event every year, the surfing event down there, and I can tell you most years it finishes early. As soon as that surf's good, they power through the event, and I've been down there where it's ended up 7 to 10 days early. So I think that is another thing that needs to be taken into consideration, and for Councillor Tozer to say, well, they'll just stay on because it's such a good event. They either book for 3 nights or 5 nights, or they book for 2 weeks. So that's how long the surf event goes for. So reluctantly, I cannot support this today. I think the event's fantastic. I think the position's wrong, and I think that the southern end of the Gold Coast deserves for us to ensure that those types of events down there aren't going to detract from the reasons that people go to the southern part of the Gold Coast.
Okay, speaking for. Ask a question. Yep, Councillor Taylor.
If we have this event, and for me personally, it's a different event than what we've been talking about, and the community consultation has been spoken a lot about. If the event is approved and it goes down that road, is there a way that we can really do the community consultation with prior, but also get a report to understand how that event, so being a private event, would that report come back to us to understand how successful it was, so that if we ever had the opportunity moving forward, we'd know how successful it was?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, if that was Council's wishes, absolutely.
All right. Anyone else speak for? I'll go to Councillor Castro to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. But we've heard several times that this is the wrong location. I just can't see how this can be the wrong location. This is probably the widest beach that we have. In fact, probably it is. As I mentioned before, when we have schoolies in Surfers Paradise, that's a very narrow beach. This beach is a very wide beach. Again, the issue of safety keeps coming up. This is going to be fully fenced. The report makes it quite clear that the ocean side of the site will be fenced and managed with the moving tide. Safety is always going to be paramount. You know, we don't need to worry about those things, because as a city, that will always come first. And okay, Cooley Rocks On has been described as a family-friendly event. You know, in the last 4 or 5 days, I've actually opened a couple of major events with young people here on the coast. Australian basketball, secondary school basketball tournament, 2,200 young people. Volleyball, only yesterday, 5,500, volleyballers coming in. I spent a lot of time speaking with these young people, just moving around and just chatting to them. And I tell you what, they were just so excited to be on the coast. Okay, they're playing sport, but just to be here in this city. And I said the same thing to them as I said here today. We want to bring young people to our city, because if they have a good time, whether that's because they went to a music concert or whether that's because they're playing sport, they're going to come back, and they're going to come back with their families. And we're talking 18 to 35 here, and I know it hasn't been said that, all 18, to 35-year-old people are irresponsible, but there's a lot of good things about our youth. They do a lot of good things. Most of them, the vast majority of them, are very responsible people, and they just want to enjoy themselves in the same way that we want to enjoy ourselves, in whatever way we choose to do that, with the type of music that we want to go to. We need to be open for business. We need to be open for business for every demographic. We need to be able to cater for everyone. We want everyone to come here. And I think that an event, as I say, we're talking one day here, one day. I think the traders personally, I can't imagine why they wouldn't be happy. And the accommodation houses, they're going to be full. This is, this is in May. It's over the Labor Day, long weekend. I think, as Councillor Tozer said, they're not just going to come for that day. They're going to be here for the night before and probably the night after. The economic impact that's mentioned in the report is probably quite conservative, to be honest. But again, we are a major tourism destination. We are a tourism and an events destination. We've been pushing this, we've been building this for many, many years. And I think it was said before, I can't recall who it was, it might have been Councillor Gates or Councillor Tozer, but it's sending the wrong message to say that, you know, we don't want you to come here. You know, everyone is welcome, doesn't matter what age you are, what genre of music that you're into. Come here, we'll provide events for you, and then you'll leave happy and you'll come back. I really hope that councillors will support this, because it really would be sending a very bad message when we're trying to establish ourselves. And I think we're doing a pretty darn good job of establishing ourselves as a global events destination, and let's try and keep it that way. Thank you.
Councillors, debate's closed. Division's called. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Motion carried. Mr CEO, can you cause someone to get Councillor Vorster back in? Just wait till Councillor I don't want Councillor Vorster to miss out on anything. There it is. Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just in light of discussion, I wonder if the CEO can take it on board that there will be a report provided back to council in the future.
It's taken on board.
It wasn't part of the motion. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor, any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Curtis.
We just need this correct.
No, thank you. Yes, Councillor Curtis.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I just need to pull out 7.1. I have a conflict of interest I need to declare, please. It's pre-prepared.
7.1.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I don't have the text here.
It's on the screen. Scroll it down. Yep.
Okay, so the nature of the conflict of interest is that my brother-in-law owns and my husband and extended family work for SimTech Creations, a business that would be in direct market competition with the subject business. So I am choosing to leave the room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good choice. Award-winning business. Award-winning.
Right, back to Councillor Castro. What would you like to do?
Mr Mayor, quite happy to move the recommendation.
Second to Councillor Hamill. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Mr CEO, can you cause Councillor Curtis to return? Huh? So, Councillor Castro, I don't have to come back to you on that. We've dealt with everything, haven't we?
Oh, we have. Sorry, Jeff. Oh, you just got to move the minutes.
Move the minutes. Councillor Castro, when you're ready.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, yeah, there were two items, both were resolved, so there's nothing else to resolve, but...
Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. There are other items to resolve, and that includes, for example, confirmation of the minutes.
Yes, there was.
I think we should just use standard words.
Exactly, minutes, you're right. So, yes, move the, whatever's left, confirmation of the minutes. Yeah.
Remaining items. Second to Councillor Tozer.
only been here 30 years.
All in favour? Show of hands. Show me your hands. All nice and clean. Against? Motion carried. Now, Mr.
Jeff, go around the back.
Oh, Tim, can you pull some out of the file I gave you?
Out of the shredder. What did you need?
There was, okay. 11.5, everyone. Special budget. Councillors, I move that report of the Special Budget and Finance Committee meeting held on Thursday, 30th November 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Any corrections, anyone? Do you want to do anything? I move all of it, recommendation be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Let's file that one. Number 12. Consideration notice nil. Question on notice nil. Presentation of petition. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, we are in receipt of a petition in regards to Running Hill Golf Course. So I would move that the petition, whatever the words are we need, the petition be accepted and referred to the appropriate committee.
I'll second that. Seems I'm Division 7, Councillor. Some. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. I go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'd like to table a petition requesting council build a shelter at a dog park on Ravenna Parkway. It's actually in Division 8.
Yes.
I did seek some advice on this, but the lead petitioner is from my division. So perhaps we can move and second it, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Castro.
Did you second it?
I've got 16.3, don't I? Yeah, second, Councillor Castro, you good? Yes. Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Tozer, your turn.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've also got a petition, and if you scroll down, I'll move that petition requesting council provide a managed and insured ride park and educational facilities at Reedy Creek for electric bikes be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration and report to council in the coming year.
Seconder, Councillor Gates, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Okay. Any other petitions? No. General business, nil. Other business? Oh, well, we'll do this one first. Councillor, let's do a presentation. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, it's with immense pride that we celebrate the City of Gold Coast Our Natural City Strategy 2032 receiving the prestigious Outdoors Queensland Government Achievement Award. The award recognises exceptional contributions and achievements of that of local or state government department, agency, person or program that has produced positive outcomes for the outdoor sector. Our Natural City Strategy 2032 stands as a testament to the collaborative spirit and enduring commitment of the city and many partner sectors who have united in caring for a remarkable environment over the decades. This co-creation of the strategy by community members, business, research institutions, landowners and government bodies is at the core of this well-deserved win. Congratulations to all who played a part in this outstanding accomplishment, with a special acknowledgement extended to the dedicated members of our Natural City program. Your commitment, vision and passion have made this success possible. And Mr Mayor, I believe there's a video presentation
6.1.
Eh?
6.1.
What do you mean 6.1?
16.1, sorry.
All right. Okay, Mr. CEO, you ready, or are you waving the camera? Or what are we doing?
I'm trying my best to wave the crew in, so please come in.
Come on in. 16.1, 1CP delegations review. Is it got to go to close? Are we open? Or
No, I think we can do it. We can try and open.
Okay.
So,
Mr. CEO, up to you.
through you, Mr. Mayor, as the team come up to the lectern, councillors will be aware a lot of work has been undertaken in this area. Councillors were involved in a workshop in particular. I think the paper speaks for itself. We're happy to take questions from councillors if required. Other than that, I would say, as I said, the paper speaks for itself and we put the recommendations to you.
Well, all right. Questions? All right, I'll move recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. You want to speak on it? No. No? All good. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Yeah, Councillor against? Carry it unanimous.
That's how we do it.
Great presentation.
Well done, Paul.
Next one, 16.2.
Mr. Mayor.
We got strategic investment opportunity.
So again, councillors are very much aware of this opportunity, of the investment opportunity. Obviously, if we were to take any questions, it would be enclosed, but the report speaks for itself. Happy to have the report stand on its merits, and if there are any questions, then we'll be in requirement to go into close, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a question that requires us to go into close, but just a question through you to the CEO.
Okay.
On page 5 of the report, in regards to the approvals that are required and the date that they're expected, is there an opportunity for you to notify councillors one way or another when we receive that?
Mr. CEO, the answer to the question is yes, but I can, in relation to that, I can confirm the approval came through this morning.
Yes, thank you.
Just address that to yourself.
Yes, that's it. Any other questions? Yeah. Councillors, I move the recommendation. You said Mr. CEO.
I said through the CEO, sorry.
That's all right, you can talk to yourself.
Swap jobs anytime you like, Tom.
All right. Okay, I move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
No.
Mr. CEO, you want to speak to yourself some more?
No, I have no further business.
Since Mr. CEO's got no further business, I close the meeting at 15:12. Here.
Merry Christmas.
So I have